I'm talking to Ace, man.
How can we play this? I'm not real good. Now I am. Why am I?
Look at this guy. Oh my god! Can somebody
It's unblockable after that?
Can somebody quit that
So
for me?
it's wait. So
Hang
I
on.
can't block that if we both do that.
Hang on, the master clipper.
That's cringe.
It's negate. It negates. No.
Who did this? What person that hates butterflies and hamsters and babies conjured up this mindfuck of shit right here? Who did it? Because I need to find that person and stab them in the freaking skull with a punji stick dipped in whale shit that's been sitting around for 30 days. That's what needs to happen to that insipid motherfucker. That's what needs to happen.
Oh, my stomach hurt. Oh my god.
You see it? You see that? That's what it does.
And I fucking hate the fact that it did. It was already very sad when it happened in the original. Imagine how it's gonna be in the where everything is all lifelike. I quit. No. Matt, go watch someone else. This stream's over. This game is dead. I don't want to play no more. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Being verbally assassinated. You have nothing worth of. The only thing that's worth meaning to you is actually not meaning to you. No, the only thing that you're good for is just being used. You like I can use you to get materia and summon materia. That's about the only use that you have. Otherwise, you will forever be as worthless as an OnlyFans model. I look forward. Fuck Valmar, fuck Darkness, fuck Celine, fuck Polish, fuck those hot balls. What the? That was so out of nowhere. The timing of it too. Oh my god. That was just so out of nowhere. My stomach hurts, Dante! Oh my god! Before he fucking creates that fucking sword. Yeah! What the sword? Oh my god, the sword's already here, dude! Hang on! Get the please help me! Please! Heal her! Thank you! Oh my god. And for that reason, you wanna know what I'm about to do? I'm gonna do this! This stupid game! I paid $80 for it! I paid $80 for this game! I paid $80! $80! Get in the bed. Damn, man. Look at the these poor souls. Hello. How is everybody doing? Good morning. Welcome to the stream. Very good to see all of you. And now what we're gonna do come on. Oh, it literally, I can't even write. Just bear with me for a minute. Okay, what's up, Lab Gum? So we have a we have a whole hell of a stream today. So we're gonna be doing an entire marathon of the Tekken series, which, as most of you know, is my favorite fighting game franchise of all time. And what's more is that so we're gonna be doing the main games, and then what we're gonna do afterwards is that we are going to rank. We're gonna rank the Tekken games from worst to best, or D rank or S rank. So we will rate all the mainline games at the very end of the stream. So be sure to stick around and see exactly where each game in the main series ranks on the tier list. And without any further ado, we're gonna go ahead and get started. I would have fired up my PS1, but my PS2 is plugged in, which is what we're gonna be using for this stream, for both the PS1 and the PS2 games, for the sake of convenience. All the more reason why the PS2 is the greatest console of all time. I just need to make sure that my PS1 memory card is working. This is the one that has all my fighting game data on it. As you can see, we got Tekken 1, Tekken 2, and Tekken 3. In case you're wondering, I do have all the games. Well, my PS3 games are lying somewhere. I don't remember where I put them. Doesn't matter anyway. But I at the very least have the first 6 games right here. You couldn't already tell, Tekken is my premier fighting game of choice. So we're going to be doing that. We're going to be doing all the main games, including the update to Tekken 5 Dark Resurrection, which some people also claim is the best. And of course, we're going to be doing Tekken Tag Tournament 1 and 2, including all the way up to the latest game, Tekken 8. All of which are going to be arcade runs, okay? So welcome to the official playthrough series of the King of Iron Fist Tournament, aka Tekken, created by Namco in 1994. A fighting game that has no doubt revolutionized the fighting game genre in ways, in the same way that Virtua Fighter did, but took it to a whole new level. It obviously wasn't the first 3D fighting game, but it was the first to become like a household name to the point where almost everyone knows about it. It ended up becoming more popular than the 3D fighting game that started it all, Virtua Fighter, right? Which the person who created the series, Seiichi Ishii, he was the creator of Virtua Fighter, and he jumped ship to Namco and created the Tekken series. So it is worth noting that Tekken was literally created by the same guy who did Virtua Fighter, which is absolutely interesting. And of course, Katsuhiro Harada, who was the main face of Tekken all the way up until he left Namco earlier this year, he had been working on the series since the very first game. However, his role with the series only grew by the time we got to the third game in the series, where he became the main producer and essentially is the main reason why Tekken is the way it is to this very day. So while he may not have necessarily created the series, Harada is the reason Tekken became a household name. And I wish him nothing but the very best in his future endeavors with SNK and his new fighting game studio. And I look forward to what he's going to create in the future. But for now, we're going to get started. We're going to fire up the original Tekken on the PlayStation 1. And like I said, we're going to be playing it through the PS2. Since it's the only PlayStation, the only old PlayStation console I have hooked up right now. Otherwise, if I had both my PS1 and my PS2 plugged in, I would have used my PS1. But for the sake of convenience, I'm gonna play the PS1 titles on the PS2, which, for those of you wondering, is a fat PS2. That thankfully does read CDs just fine, although I'm a little bit iffy about Tekken Tag Tournament. I'm not sure how that's going to play out. Hopefully it does run consistently. That's the only game, CD PS2 game, that's a little funky as far as how it reads on there. Which is weird because my other PS2 CD games read just fine, including the PS1 titles. But anyway. Cut the music. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time. It is time. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, it is about that time. We are about to get down with the original Tekken. Released in 1994 for the arcade. Then released in 1995 for the newly released Sony PlayStation, and I'm gonna let you guys watch the intro.
Hello there.
Hello there, Ace. Perfect timing. So this right here is the game that started it all. And it's very interesting to see how far the series has come. Very, very interesting. Now, the unfortunate part is that while I did own this game as a kid, the copy of the game that I had was a very bad disc, so the PS1 would not read it. So I unfortunately never had the opportunity to play the original Tekken until after I experienced Tekken 2 and Tekken 3. But even so, I still thought the original Tekken was an interesting throwback into the history of the franchise. This game right here, listen, I'm going to save my actual thoughts on the game for the end of the stream. So like I said, by the end of the stream, we're going to rank the entire mainline series of the games from D all the way up to S. And hopefully you guys will stick around for that. So without further ado, we're going to get started. I'm going to make sure I load. Actually, before I do that, there we go. Only reason I'm putting it on easy because I haven't played this game in a long time. Long time. I gotta pick Heihachi. Maybe when you get to 8, I'll do a match because a match is inevitable soon. Well, I'm gonna be doing arcade runs, so there's not gonna be any matches. Oh god. The AI is also very cheap in this game. Very, very cheap in this game. So it's not exactly the most balanced difficulty. But again... Oh man, I missed that. Oh man, I was gonna try and whiff punish that. Oh, there you go. That was a whiff punish right there. Forward 4-2. Kuma in this game is Uncanny Valley. He most certainly... Speak of the devil. Speak of the devil. Oh man. By the way, Tekken is also known for its music. And the music in the first game is definitely iconic. Yeah, he's like a giant beaver. Like, I like the fact that Kuma looks like a giant beaver. I mean, look at it. He literally looks like a giant beaver. But at the time, believe it or not, this was seen as this was seen as very realistic for 1995, which I know is hard to believe, but that's how gamers saw it at the time. Nice try. At the time, you got to look at it from the time frame of, you know, how gamers saw stuff like this back in the day. It's like, obviously by today's standards, these visuals haven't really aged too well. But back in 1995, this was seen as next level. Oh my god, I blocked that, bro. What about the CGI icons? Same goes for that. There you go. This was back when you could have enough wall bounce, or not wall bounce, I'm sorry. Enough airspace to do a another forward 2 during an air combo. Ganryu. Oh my god, I couldn't get forward 2. 1+2. Wow. All I did was just a standing 1. There we go. Punishment. Forward 2. A little bit long on the startup, but it was still fast enough for me to punish Ganryu out of his sit out. Ow, ow, ow. Game doesn't exactly have like the best defense either, but this was a problem that they fixed in Tekken 2, which is again the reason why I think Tekken 2 still holds up. But that's just me. This was seen as visionary, revolutionary. Exactly, because you got to remember, 3D fighting games were still in their infancy at the time. You got to remember that. So that's why Tekken 1 was seen as revolutionary at the time. I don't think people really understand how much of a big deal it was to see a game like this back in the day. Oh god. Damn, he actually ate that one. He was already back in idle animation by the time I did the forward 2. It was this and Virtua Fighter. Yeah, and like I said earlier, the same creator as Virtua Fighter also created the Tekken franchise, Seiichi Ishii. Most people think Harada created the series, and even though he had been working on the series since this game, he never took charge of the project until Tekken 3. He's the reason why people think that is because Harada is literally the reason why Tekken plays the way it does to this day. He basically contributed to the modern day ethos of the combat within Tekken. But he was not the creator of the series. But he's responsible for taking the series to a height of which, you know, the series is a household name. Damn near. I say damn near because when you look at it from a broad perspective in the fighting game genre, Street Fighter obviously is still a bigger household name, which is interesting because this game definitely took inspiration from Street Fighter with respect to its, you know, some of the motion inputs. There's quarter circle forward inputs, quarter circle back inputs, and even DP motions in Tekken. With the biggest difference being that you get to control all 4 limbs, which is and that's the reason why Tekken is such a monumental fighting game because you get to control all the limbs. Oh my god. Cheap AI, by the way. I think I already discussed that already. Oh, what?
Wait, I beg of you. Oh!
Gotcha. Seiichi Ishii walked so Harada could run. Exactly. Exactly. That's the point I was making. Oh my god, bro. Gotcha. I don't know why I struggled that hard to take out Li Xiaolan. And that's another thing that Tekken is known for, is having like such a huge variety of characters, with all of which have unique fighting styles.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh no. Bro went straight for a grab. Why would you do that? This was back when Jack's fall down grab move was wildly unsafe. He had to go through that recovery animation, which left him wide open. Nope. Oh god. So yeah, at the time, this game was seen as very monumental. And the fact that you get to control all 4 limbs, and you can easily, it's like, and I know some people are gonna think that what I'm saying is bullshit, but Tekken really was one of those fighting games at the time that was easy to pick up, but hard to master. Because again, the complexity of knowing all the different moves from each of the limbs and stuff like that was what made it, was the complex part. And the fact that you get to control all 4 limbs. Keep in mind that I picked this game, that I picked up Tekken, I was able to pick up the ethos of Tekken as a toddler. Now I know people have many different experiences as far as fighting games go. But as complex as Tekken is, it's really not that hard to adjust to. Unless you grew up with 2D fighting games your whole life. Then that's a completely different story. Oh my god, I hate that forward 4-4. This was back when it was wildly plus on block. And it literally gave Anna, and even Nina, because Nina had it too, like an easy wide opening. Literally a free hit. Oh no 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 no! Don't complete the. This is the game on easy, by the way. This is the game on easy. I hope you. I just want y'all to keep that in mind. This is literally the game on easy. And she completed the entire grab input, which, by the way, she never did that to me before. She never did that to me before. Not in this game, anyway. She never did that to me until now. Back from when Tekken 1 and 2, we learned the lores from the manuals. Yep, the only way to know anything about the story of Tekken was to read the manuals. If you wanted to know anything about the story. Oh, fuck, dude. Gotcha. Up forward 3-4. Which I'm so glad Heihachi had that move all the way back to the first Tekken. And now we're about to face the final boss. Oh yeah, it's my son. At the time though, they did not have a specific name for this, but the concept was always there. So Devil Kazuya has been in the series since the very first game. It wasn't called that at the time, but the developers knew exactly where they wanted the story to go. Like, the concept of the Devil Gene had already been there, but it wasn't until, I believe, Tekken 4 when that became the official name. And not to mention, this pally swap of Kazuya was unlockable in the PlayStation version of the game as long as you beat the Galaga minigame that starts up when you first boot up the game on your PlayStation. And there it is, Seiichi Ishii. He was the creator of Virtua Fighter and the Tekken series also. And there's a chance that we're probably going to see Harada's name plugged in here. But like I said, at the time, his role in the series was very, very limited at the time. And he was a very, very young man at the time. He was a very, very young man at the time when he worked on Tekken. And Yubuyashi Sano is one of the biggest contributors, shall I say, to the soundtrack of Tekken. So we have him to thank for that. So yeah, Harada's name was not in this plug. He was a part of the You'll actually see his name. I do know for a fact that his name was plugged in Tekken 2. Yeah, it is in Tekken 2. Yeah. So there you have it. That was the original Tekken on the original PlayStation. And for the time, it was the deepest and the most realistic 3D fighting game that wasn't Virtua Fighter. Yeah, he did yeah, exactly. He actually provided the voices of some of the characters in this game. Yoshimitsu was one of them. And I believe Martial Law was the other one that he did too. He also did the voice for Forrest Law also, who was the son of Martial Law. So you're absolutely right about that. But yeah, Harada had been involved with the series since the very first game because of the fact that he lent his voice to some of the characters in this game. Yoshimitsu was one of them, and I guarantee you most people forgot about that. Alright, so Tekken 1 is complete. So now... Here, let me leave that over there. So now we're gonna put in my very first video game that I have ever played, and that is Tekken 2. And why was it my very first one? Because my dad had me play it with my brother. We would have been about either 3, 4, 2, like somewhere around like 3 or 4 at the time. And he had us play it because we had a PS1 at the time. You know, my dad at the time was kind of into this thing. Not these days so much anymore, but you know, back then he had this and he had the first Tekken also. But Tekken 2 was the one that he had me and my brother play. And I'll never forget it. Like, it's one of the only vivid memories that I can remember from that. It's a very, very interesting story. So yeah, I would have been about maybe either 3 or 4 at the time. And I remember very vividly. I remember that memory very vividly. I was in the living room. We had like a wooden coffee table. 2 pairs of glass, all that stuff. It was a nice little coffee table. We had like a whole flat screen TV. It was like a 4x3. It was one of those older ones. It had like a whole stereo system, CD player, all that. PlayStation was hooked up to it, of course. And we was playing. I remember very vividly. I picked Martial Law. My brother picked Lei Wulong. I believe my dad probably assisted me with that. And of course, he picked those two characters because they're heavily inspired by two icons. You know, in this case, martial law was inspired by Bruce Lee, and Lei Wulong was inspired by Jackie Chan. Two of some of the greatest action movie stars ever. But yeah, we was on Lei's stage, and we was just mashing the buttons and everything. And then my mom came down. She was watching us play and everything, and well, the rest is history. It's literally the only vivid memory that I have from when I was a very, very young toddler at the time. Most of the time, you wouldn't be able to remember it because of how long ago it was. Like, that's before you start to really remember stuff. But that's the only vivid memory as a very, very young child that I still remember to this very day. The very first time that I ever played Tekken 2. Not to mention my very first video game. My very first video game ever was a fighting game. And it was this one. Tekken 2. Which was released in 1995 for the arcade. And then came out in 1996 for the Sony PlayStation 1. And for a while, it was the best-selling fighting game on the PlayStation 1. Hell, for a minute, it actually was the highest-grossing PS1 game ever made. At least until, you know, Tekken 3 and especially Gran Turismo. The first Gran Turismo came out like 2 years after Tekken 2 came out for the PlayStation 1. Tekken 2 is obviously the direct sequel to the original, continuing the storyline that was started in the first game, you know, with Kazuya wanting to get revenge on his father Heihachi for throwing him off of a ravine as a kid. And Tekken 2, as you can see in this intro, literally takes place exactly where the first game left off, where Heihachi climbs up the same cliff that he threw Kazuya off as a kid, which was also Kazuya's ending in the first Tekken, in case you didn't already know. And Tekken 2 had a much darker tone compared to the first game, and it refined the combat, and the graphics ended up being better than the first game, and arguably has the best music in the entire franchise. I say arguably because I would still make the argument that Tekken 3 may have been the best, but I also think that Tekken 2's music is literally just as good. So it's like, I have no pushback to anyone who thinks that Tekken 2's music was the best of the whole series. But no doubt about it, Tekken 2's music still holds up. No doubt about it. And let me shorten it down to 2. Or no. Let's make it 3. Let's make it 3. Obviously, for the series runs, I'm gonna have to pick my best characters. So in this particular case, I gotta go with Heihachi Mishima. And with that fucking goofy ass smile at the end. I know exactly what you're talking about. I feel like I should have played with Kazuya in the first Tekken, just so people could see that iconic ending. But I was like, I was just feeling Heihachi. I don't know, that's just me. The other thing that I also love about the first 3 Tekken games is that you can switch the soundtrack to play the arcade music. And Tekken 2 was no exception. As a matter of fact, most people don't even know this, but if you happen to own the Japanese version of Tekken 2, which I do hope to own one day, there's a theater mode. There's an unlockable theater mode where you can play the endings of the characters who you beat the game with. Now, the American and the European version of Tekken 2 didn't have that, but the Japanese version actually did.
Round 1, fight!
Oh man, I thought he was gonna do a low. 50 cents to play it, and I was able to make it to Kazuya's king, but always lost. That's because Kazuya in the arcade version was so cheap. He was literally one of the cheapest bosses. And to this day, I still think he's one of the cheapest bosses in fighting games. Punishment.
Round 3, fight!
Yeah, man. The fact that I'm playing this game right now, oh my god, the nostalgia. I literally feel like a little boy all over again. I actually feel like a kid again. Oh man, I messed it up. There we go. That's what I was trying to do. I was trying to do his entire 10 hit. It's crazy how I still remember Heihachi's 10 hit combo.
Round 2. Fight.
Stay down. Lei Wulong's stage is also one of my favorites in the game. Oh, and by the way, I forgot to mention this. Tekken 2 was also on a demo disc that I used to have as a kid. It was called Interactive CD Sampler Volume 3. It contained demos of NFL Game Day 97, I believe. The original Crash Bandicoot. It had two video trailers of Twisted Metal 2 and Jet Moto. It also had a playable demo of Blast Chamber, Ridge Racer Revolution, and even the King of Fighters 95. And there was a second variation of that demo disc called 3.5, where it replaced the King of Fighters 95 demo and replaced it with Rallycross, which was another forgotten racing game for the PS1 that had realistic physics for the time. I don't know if anyone remembers Rallycross, but that was a racing game that I used to play also at the time when I was a kid. And I still have that game. I still have it in my collection. Nope. I don't know what that hashtag you just said was. NFL Game Day 97 was made by 99. Now it's San Diego studio, and I believe they now make MLB games. Yeah, they do. Well, 99 Studios was the original name for Sony Computer Entertainment Inc. now. And now they go by, don't they go by Bend Studio? Bend? Correct me if I'm wrong. But I believe they go by Bend Studio now. I'm not sure if they still call themselves Sony Computer Entertainment Inc. I might be wrong. Oh man, he blocked it. Forward 2. I mean, I'm sorry, forward 4. Why the fuck did I say 2? Bring Lei to Tekken 8. I agree. 100%. Oh, dear lord. Yoshimitsu's stage has always been one of my favorites in the game. I love the Japanese forest that he's in. And the music, absolutely sensational. One of my favorite theme songs in the game.
You win. Round 3. Fight.
I don't know why, but I feel like Yoshimitsu being in force just goes together like bread and butter. It's the perfect setting for a samurai like him.
You win.
We're rather a ninja, I mean.
Round 1. Fight.
It's the perfect setting. And then you have the Great Wall of China for martial law. Who also happens to have one of my favorite theme songs in the game. Oh yeah. Heihachi's down 4. The ground attack that he does in this game has an absolute shit hitbox. You literally saw it. His foot literally went right beside him, but they fixed that in Tekken 3. Oh god. Bulldog.
KO.
Yeah, I have a grab of my own too. Get this Mishima headbutt. Bitch.
Round 3. Fight. Perfect.
Oh, perfect. There you go.
You win.
Oh, Jun Kazama. Miss Perry Machine herself. Another awesome thing. The whole soundtrack in this game is just sensational. They even recycled music from the first Tekken for the sub-bosses. And you might be wondering, what are sub-bosses? Sub-bosses were characters that you would unlock. And in fact, we're actually about to get to our first sub-boss once we defeat Jun. They were basically characters that would appear on stage 8 for each character of the original 10 characters on the roster, who basically act as their main rival. And when you beat the game with them in arcade mode, so for example, if I beat this game with Heihachi in arcade mode, his sub-boss Li Xiaolan, who in storyline is his adopted son, if I beat the game with Heihachi, I'm gonna unlock Li Xiaolan. This was back where when you played a fighting game that had unlockable characters, you had to beat the game with whatever character the game wanted you to beat the game with, or it could just be any character for that matter. It depended on the game, obviously. And if you beat the game with them, you would unlock that character. This was one of the things that I miss about old fighting games. It's a forgotten art. The fact that you had to just sit down and play the game if you wanted to unlock characters. There was no microtransactions, no DLC, no nothing. You wanted new characters? Just play the game. Just play the game. So, for example, if I beat this game with Li Xiaolan, which I already have all the characters unlocked anyway, but Li Xiaolan acts as his rival in this game because he's on stage 8. That's how the first 2 Tekkens were. Stage 8 was often the sub-boss stage, aka the fights before the final boss. Oh man. I've always struggled to beat Li Xiaolan in this game. I thought he was gonna grab me. That's why I was anticipating the grab button. Which thankfully I have macroed. Nope, I knew it. Okay, so I can still tech in this game. This was back when Tekken, no pun intended, was difficult. You literally had to hit the grapple buttons at the right time. This was back where in fighting games, your inputs had to be very, very precise. Your inputs had to be very precise. I'm actually very glad I was able to tech that.
You win.
And it's interesting because this is the only fighting game, one of the only 2 fighting games where I know the inputs of every character. The other being Street Fighter 2, Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo. Ouch! While Rising 2. And I don't care what anyone says. Kazuya's theme in this game is literally just as iconic as Ryu's theme in Street Fighter 2. If I were to literally rank this theme song, I would say yes, it's up there as one of the most iconic fighting game theme songs of all time, next to Ryu's theme in Street Fighter 2, and Terry Bogard's theme in Garo Margaret of Wolves. It's perfectly synonymous with his character, a man who literally sacrificed his humanity for the sake of power because of his own hatred for his own father. It's the perfect song. Tells you everything you need to know about Kazuya. Like, the song is perfect. Sums it all up, tells you everything you need to know about Kazuya, a man who gave up his humanity for power just to get revenge on his father, who he hates more than anyone else. Yo, Jesse? How you doing, honey bunny? How you doing? That's the first time I ever called anyone honey bunny on my stream. Grapple City, bitch. Basically. Oh, you just got home? How did breakfast go? Oh, no. No, you don't. No, you don't. No. Oh, God. No, I didn't mean to do that. Ooh. I was trying. Yo, I'm so glad. I still got my tech. All right. I actually did more reversals in this playthrough than anything else. It was, and my boss paid. It was awkward. Your boss paid for the dinner? Or the breakfast, I mean? Why did I say dinner? What the fuck? Oh, God. Nope, don't touch me. Ah! Nice try. How is Tekken going? It's going brilliant, dude. I'm having a great time. My skills are actually better than I actually cared to recognize. I actually did more reversals now than at any point. But it helps the fact that I mapped out my buttons, so it's making the game a lot better for me. Yeah, he took me out. I'm thinking it was a please don't quit breakfast. Heihachi is goated. 100%. Easily one of the most iconic fighting game characters of all time. He is on the same level as his son. He's like the face. Him, his son Kazuya, and Jin are the premier faces of the Tekken series. Without either of those three, it wouldn't be Tekken. I still think Heihachi should have stayed dead after what happened in Tekken 7, but I understand why they brought him back. They still could have brought him back as a non-canon DLC, but, you know. By the way, this is the canon ending to the game. Heihachi did indeed win the King of Iron Fist Tournament 2, defeated Kazuya, and then dropped his body in the volcano. And that's where Kazuya would be for the next 20 years. At that time, that was the last time anyone had ever seen him. By the way, in case you're wondering, Harada's name definitely is on here. Panda, panda, panda. Panda, 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 panda. Don't ask me how I know that. I know way too much. Classic Japanese tune right here, by the way. Hideaki Ito. Also got to thank him for giving us the one of the most iconic fighting game logos of all time. By the way, those are the names of the people. There goes Nobuyoshi Sano. Again, that's one of the many names who created this iconic soundtrack to this amazing fighting game. Which, as I said earlier, was my very first fighting game that my very first video game, period. I played at such a young age. Very, very young age. I'm gonna definitely see if I could get that clipped, and I'm gonna put that up on my shorts and Instagram reels and stuff, because it's literally the only vivid memory from when I was 3-4 years old that I can recall. I don't know where Harada's name, and this credits does go on for a really long time. But I promise you that Harada's name is definitely in the, because he provides some of the voices for the characters. like he did in the first Tekken, and we're actually about to get to it next. He didn't take charge and produce the entire project until Tekken 3. Oh, by the way, Ken Kutaragi got a plug too. For those who don't know, Ken Kutaragi was, and there he is, Katsuhira Heihachi Harada. There he goes. But for those who don't know, Ken Kutaragi is called the father of the PlayStation because he was one of the higher executives of Sony Computer Entertainment at the time. And at the time, the PlayStation was originally supposed to be a CD-based add-on for the Super Nintendo. But when Nintendo betrayed them, what happened was that, Nintendo betrayed them and went with Philips. So what happened was that Sony felt demoralized to keep developing the PlayStation, but Ken Kutaragi motivated the company to keep developing the PlayStation 1 as a next-generation console, and they went ahead, and the rest is history. So realistically, if it wasn't for Ken Kutaragi, we would never have the Sony PlayStation. And that's why he's called the father of the PlayStation. So that's why he got that special thanks, because he's exactly the reason why the PlayStation is arguably the most profitable video game console since, like, the NES and the Super Nintendo. Dare I say, it went to even greater heights than anything Nintendo has done, especially in recent memory. Maybe besides the Switch, but even then, it's like the numbers, it's like, PlayStation it ended up becoming the first console to sell over 100 million units worldwide, and to this very day, no console has sold as many units as the PlayStation 2 has. Big deal. So it's like whole butterfly effect. Imagine a world where Ken Kutaragi never motivated Sony to keep developing the PlayStation. Imagine that. We never would have gotten Tekken 2. We never would have gotten the PS5. We never would have gotten anything PlayStation related. Sony just would have been always known as a company that's known for just making CDs and other electronic devices and nothing more. And that record will never be broken. Exactly. So next up, I think I mentioned this already, but at the end of the stream, what we're gonna do is that we're gonna go on to the tier list. We're gonna go on the tier list, and we're gonna rank all the mainline Tekken games rank them from D to S, from D tier all the way up to S tier. Okay, so that's what we're gonna do by the time we wrap up the marathon with Tekken 8. Okay, but for right now, the next game that we're gonna put in is easily my favorite fighting game of all time, Tekken 3. I remember very vividly the first time I played this game. In fact, story time while we wait for this disc to load up. I got a story to tell about Tekken 3. So I remember one night I was in the living room. I can't remember how old I was at the time. I may have been either 4 or 5. I think I was like 5. I was in the living room. It was nighttime. I think it was around during like this would have been around like the fall and winter, because I remember it being so dark so early. My dad at the time was working for AAA, a towing company. And what happened was that he came in. He had like 2 games. He came home with 2 PS1 games that he got from the video game store at the time. I think it might have been EB Games at the time that he got it from. I think it was EB Games. He came home with a copy of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3, the PlayStation 1 version, not the PS2 version, because we didn't have a PS2 at the time. Not until 2006. 2006 was when we got our first PS2. And he also had a copy of Tekken 3 also. And I remember we put it in that night, and we just ran a couple sets and everything, and I was so in love with the game that I just dedicated all my time to this one game. And I'll never forget, for my birthday, it was me, my cousins, and all that, and we had a whole like little tournament that night. It was fun, dude. Fun memories. I would have been about 5 years old when this happened. It's my earliest memory of playing Tekken 3 that I remember. Soul Edge greater than Tekken? You know what, Jesse? I actually understand why you would have that opinion. Because the thing with Soul Calibur is that I think it does one thing better than Tekken. Take your time, Triforce. is that it does better with the world building and the storytelling a little bit better than Tekken did. Not to mention, again, amazing fighting system. About just as complex as Tekken, but still just as good, if not superior. So I think that's a very fair opinion to have. I mean, remember, my favorite Dreamcast game of all time is Soul Calibur. And I still have Soul Blade. I still have it. But anyway, Tekken 3, ladies and gentlemen, is my favorite fighting game of all time. To this day, it is still, in my opinion, one of the best fighting games ever made. And it takes place 19 years after the events of Tekken 2. So this game was a massive time skip from Tekken 2. Massive, massive time skip. This time, it centers around a new generation of fighters. And it still has a lot of legacy characters that, made their return from Tekken 2. Heihachi being one of them, Nina, Yoshimitsu, Paul Phoenix. But most of the cast in this game are brand new young characters who end up being either pupils or, who ended up being either pupils or being relatives of like older characters. It's what made me fall in love with fighting games. Understandable. In fact, one quick story that I will tell about Soul Blade is that I remember as a kid, I don't know what it was. My mom thought that game was violent because it's a weapons-based fighting game, which it is, but it's surprising to me that it's not a graphic fighting game at all. But she kept me and my brother from playing it. So a lot of times what I did was that whenever she wasn't around, I would always sneak my way into playing the game when she wasn't around. And I ended up playing it, and I was like, oh my god, this is really fun. I'm like, it's not really bloody at all. And I thought, wow, this is actually really good. I sucked at it because Cervantes, hello. But I still thought that game was fantastic. And to this day, even though I think Soul Calibur surpassed it, I still love the original Soul Blade. I still love that game to this day. But yeah, anyway. So Tekken 3 centers around a young generation of characters. And to this day, it remains one of the most iconic rosters of any fighting game. And it's not hard to see why. Like, Yoshimitsu's back. Nina's back. You have Forrest Law, who's the son of Martial Law. You have Hwoarang, who is the pupil of Baek Doosan from Tekken 2. Brand new characters like Eddie Gordo. And then Julia Chung, who is the adopted daughter of Michelle Chung from Tekken 1 and 2. Brian Fury, a former police officer who died and turned into a cyborg. And then you have Jin Kazama, the biological son of... In fact, we're going to play with him. He's the biological son of Kazuya Mishima and Jun Kazama. Both of which were characters also from Tekken 2. But, Kazuya had been in the series since the first game. Under normal circumstances, I would have picked Heihachi for this run, but we're going to go with Jin. Because Jin is my favorite Tekken character. He is my second favorite overall fighting game character of all time. My actual favorite is Terry Bogard. King. OP, not open. Cervantes was so open. Oh, OP. Oh, that's what you meant. He was OP. But I can literally beat his ass right now if I wanted to. To an extent, of course. But that's because after all these years, I learned his pattern. By the way, with Tekken 3, this game reconstructed the entire fighting engine of Tekken altogether, and this was the first game where Katsuhiro Harada became the main producer of the series, and he would be in charge for the rest of the franchise all the way up until Tekken 8. And he most recently departed Namco earlier this year and opened up his new studio that's in association with SNK.
Round one.
Do you only play 3D fighters? No. I play all of them. 2D fighters, 3D fighters, weapons based. It's just that 3D fighters was what I primarily grew up with. Like as a kid, I played Tekken, Bloody Roar, Soul Edge, aka Soul Calibur, Virtua Fighter. But as a kid, the only 2D fighting game that I was really into was King of Fighters. And to some extent Fatal Fury, because I did play Garo Mark of the Wolves as a kid, like a lot. It was like the only 2D fighting game that I liked. Well, that and King of Fighters. Though I did have some experience with Street Fighter. My very first Street Fighter game was Alpha 3. That was my very first Street Fighter game. And I thought that game was awesome. And to this day, it's still one of my favorite fighting games of all time. Just not Street Fighter 6. Matt, shut up. Guilty Gear is the best. Guilty Gear is one of those fighting games where, I'll be honest with you, it was hard for me to get into it, but I love the lore and the world building and the storyline of the characters and just like all the series of events that takes place. It has one of the most complex lores of any fighting game that I've ever seen. And me personally, I think Guilty Gear Strive is the best Guilty Gear game. It's the only Guilty Gear game that I realistically love, but I do have Accent Core. But that's because aerial-based fighting games aren't my favorite. Like, I still like playing them, but they're not ones that I would commit to. They're just too much for me. I like fighting games that are more grounded and more footsies. That's the reason why I like Guilty Gear Strive more than Exard. And I remember I admitted that, and that pissed off Exard fans. And I'm like, Exard is still good, but I think Strive is better. And to this day, no fighting game, to me, this is just my opinion, no fighting game is better than Tekken 3. To me. That's probably going to piss off Third Strike fans just from me saying that. But if it makes you feel any better, Third Strike is one of those fighting games where if anyone said that that's the actual best fighting game ever made, I'm not going to push back because I can totally see why. And that's still... and Third Strike is one of my favorite games ever. Like, that's one of my favorite games. Not just fighting games, but one of my favorite games of all time. I love Third Strike. Absolutely love it. In fact, Third Strike came out around the same time as Tekken 3 and Garo Mark of the Wolves did. It was like an unwritten law during the late 90s where every major fighting game had to do like a time skip and focus on a younger generation of characters. Fatal Fury did it with Garo Mark of the Wolves. Street Fighter did it with Street Fighter 3. And of course, Tekken did it with this game, Tekken 3. And I think Tekken 3 was the best of the two. And the reason why I have that opinion, besides my own personal bias towards Tekken 3, towards Tekken, I can actually explain. The reason why is because with Garo Mark of the Wolves and Street Fighter 3, when those two did the time skip and focus on a younger cast of characters, it kind of alienated their fan base because there were many games before them where it had a lot of iconic legacy characters. Like, for example, Street Fighter, there was E Honda, Ryu, Ken, Chun-Li, Guile, Bison, all of them. But when Street Fighter 3 came out, none of them were there, and the only ones that were Ryu, Ken, and Chun-Li, particularly with Third Strike. And then with Garo Mark of the Wolves, the only returning legacy character was Terry. But there was no Geese Howard. Well, we already knew Geese Howard was dead, but there was no Blue Mary, no Duck King, no Joe Higashi, Andy Bogart, Mai Shiranui. None of them. They were not there. Now, the reason why Tekken 3 got away with it is because there were only 2 Tekken games that came out before Tekken 3. So the audience didn't exactly get too comfortable with the characters yet. And not to mention, Tekken, it wasn't until Tekken 3 when Tekken became a household name. Like, Tekken 1 and 2 were very popular games, but Tekken never became a household name until this game came out. So that's the reason why Tekken 3 got away with the time skip and the new roster, the younger roster of characters. Because the audience wasn't exactly... I don't know what the hell just happened there. That was weird. But anyway, it was before the audience got comfortable with the characters. And pretty much the majority of the Tekken franchise pretty much picks up with what Tekken 3 started. Tekken 3 only added to what was started with the first game, but took it to new heights, and this was the foundation that the Tekken series would adopt from. This was essentially when Tekken finally had its footing. Also, notice that Soul Edge Easter egg in the background. I'm not sure if anyone caught that. But yeah, there's a whole graffiti in the background of Paul's stage. And it says Soul Edge, which is a reference to the Namco weapon-based fighting game that came out around the same time. For context, Tekken 3 came out in 1997 in the arcade and 1998 for the Sony PlayStation. Soul Edge came out in 96 for the arcade, 97 for the PlayStation. So Soul Edge, also known as Soul Blade, came out first on the consoles before Tekken 3 did. But at the time, Tekken 3 was a newly released fighting game, in the arcade at least. It also had limited most people probably don't even know this, but Tekken 3 also had very, very limited releases in Japan in late 1996, because at the time they were testing out the game to see how well balanced the game was, because it was still being developed for an official release at the time, but it had a limited arcade release in late 96 in Japan. I never noticed. Yeah, there's a lot of Easter eggs in Tekken 3. A lot of them. A lot of them.
You win. Round 3. Fight.
It's actually amazing how much history of Tekken I'm really giving to y'all while I'm playing through the game at the same time. It's like, I don't know, it's hidden talent. I don't know. I just know so much about Tekken. Like, anyone can literally ask me any questions about Tekken, the whole franchise. This is one of the only franchises I know to the back of my head. So you can literally ask me any questions, I can answer it for you. There's El Cheapo. Eddie Gordo. In case you didn't already notice, Jin Kazama's moveset is a combination of Kazuya, specifically the Mishima fighting style karate, and his mom style. Just to further emphasize the fact that he's the biological son of Kazuya Mishima and Jun Kazama. Which is one of the things I love about fighting games, is the fact that if they do create like a younger character who's an offspring, they give them a moveset that's a combination of their parents. Just to emphasize that. Which I think is good storytelling from a moveset perspective. That's one of the things I love about fighting games. One of many things. There's so many things I love about fighting games, but that's just one of many. The same could be said for Rock Howard in Fatal Fury. His moveset is a combination of Geese Howard, because that's his biological father, and Terry Bogard, because Terry adopted and raised him.
Round 1. Fight.
By the way, one of the most badass theme songs in the Tekken series. That combo carry, though. Also, if you hold down the X button or the circle button during the replays, every character will have a secret taunt. Just like that one. That was Kazuya's victory taunt from the first two Tekkens. Every single character in this game has a secret taunt, and it can be done by holding down either the X button or the circle button during the replays. Here, I'm gonna hold down circle, and watch this. Watch what Jin does. Secret taunt.
Round 3.
There were a couple characters in Tekken 2 that had it, but not the entire roster did. This was the only Tekken game where the entire roster had secret taunts that were either taken from either Tekken 2 or Tekken 1, or they were newer, unique taunts that they never had before. The King of Iron Fist tournament entered the Tekken. That's exactly what the announcer says when you beat the game. And here we go, the main antagonist of the game, Ogre.
Round 1.
The creature responsible for the disappearance of Jin's mother. And the very creature that Heihachi lured out, and had the fighters fight so that he can obtain his power. And the very creature that Jin Kazama sought revenge after.
Round 2.
Also, for context, in the storyline, Paul Phoenix actually made it to the finals of the King of Iron Fist Tournament 3, and he did defeat Ogre, and he thought he won the tournament, so he left afterwards, but he didn't stick around long enough for Ogre to reach his true form, True Ogre, which is who we're fighting right now, and that's when Jin Kazama came up, and then he ends up encountering True Ogre and defeating him.
Round 3.
That's what canonically happened with the events of Tekken 3. Oh man, I couldn't do it. Also, this was the first Tekken game to have the key charge, which can be done by pressing all 4 of the buttons down at the same time. This was the first Tekken to have key charge, which would give you an automatic counter hit if you hit it, but you also couldn't protect yourself. So canonically, Jin Kazama did defeat True Ogre, and then this happened. Yes, Heihachi betrayed his own grandson. But he premeditated this entire thing. But he was ignorant to one thing. By doing what he did, he awoken the devil gene in Jin's blood. By doing that. And this would lay the groundwork for the story arc of Tekken 4. To admit, I'm playing Tekken 7 right now. Tekken 7 we're gonna get to. We're definitely gonna get to that. But yeah, that's what happened, canonically. He did defeat True Ogre. There it is, Katsuhiro Harada. That is canonically what happened, and because Heihachi betrayed him, Jin loathed everything about the Mishima bloodline and unlearned the fighting style. He unlearned the entire fighting style and started fighting traditional karate, which is exactly why his moveset is entirely different when Tekken 4 came out. But notice how every time Heihachi tried to stop the Devil Gene, it ended up backfiring. And he ended up making the situation worse. So one can make the argument that Heihachi is the reason why the rest of the events of the Tekken series even plays out the way it does. Oh yeah, gun. I forgot to mention that Tekken 3 is also one of the first fighting games to have a guest character in a game. At the time, having guest characters in a fighting game was unheard of. At the time, it was like a little orange cartoonish dinosaur known as Gon. He was a very, very popular character in Japan during the late 90s. And Namco took the opportunity to include him as a playable character in this game, who you could unlock by entering the 3 initials Gon in the high score screen. Again, this was during a time where there were no DLCs, no microtransactions, just simple Easter eggs that you could find out either through video game magazines or just unlock them by simply playing the game. This was a particular game where you didn't have to play with any specific character in order to unlock a specific sub-boss in the game. But, well, this game didn't have sub-bosses. Well, if Heihachi counts, that's one thing. But rather, if you beat the game with 10 unique characters off the base roster, you unlock more and more characters. But you didn't have to play with a very specific character to unlock that specific character like you had to in Tekken 1 and 2. You just simply had to play the game and play the arcade mode multiple times, or play Tekken Force a couple times to unlock, say, Dr. Boskanovich as a playable character. trust me, y'all. I know a lot about Tekken. I know everything about this franchise. I know everything. I know everything. And this is one of the reasons why I love doing stuff like this, is because, like, I can literally help share... I can help introduce the Tekken franchise to people who have never gotten into it. And often my goal, or one of my goals, not my main goal, but one of my goals that I hope to do is to help people get into Tekken if they want to. And show them that in spite of its complexity, it's really not that hard to learn, at least the older games, at least. Like, I can understand why some people may struggle to adjust to it now because there's so many moves for each characters, and they just keep adding on more and more moves, not to mention the fact that you're controlling all 4 limbs, so it sounds intimidating, but in practice, learning Tekken is not as hard as it looks. I can promise you that because I played this series at the young age of 3. If I was able to pick it up that young, not having played a single game my whole life, you can as well. It's a very different story if you grew up playing 2D fighting games and you're familiar with only one plane. That's a whole different story. And in that case, it would definitely be a struggle for someone who's more familiar with the ethos of a 2D fighter to adjust to a 3D fighter, because now they're sidestepping in a 3D environment. Jumping is not exactly ideal, because, you know, it's all footsies and all that stuff. You know, much like Street Fighter. Street Fighter is also footsies also, but there was more mobility because you could jump, whereas in 3D fighters, jumping wasn't exactly seen upon as, like, an ideal gameplay strategy. You know what I'm saying? Me and my little sister played Street Fighters when we were younger. Exactly. So it's like, if you're more familiar with that style of fighting games, then it would make a whole lot more sense to me as to why people would struggle to adjust to playing a game like Tekken or Virtua Fighter or Dead or Alive, Soul Calibur, all that, you know what I mean? But also, Tekken 3 was also the first game, at least in America, where the theater mode was readily available in all regions of the game. Because as I said before, the way the theater mode worked is that whatever character you beat the game with, you can watch their ending. And you can even watch the intro, the PlayStation intro to the game, and even the arcade opening, which is one of my favorite arcade openings of all time, because it literally tells the entire story of Tekken 3 in 15 seconds. I'll show it to you. So we see the face of Jin Kazama, we see Jun Kazama, a character from the previous game, and Kazuya, and then we see Jin again. That's the game telling you that he's their offspring, and then he looks at Ogre, and then punches the screen violently, a clear sign that his goal is to eliminate that creature, because he had something to do with why Jin is going after him. In this particular case, he was responsible for the disappearance of his mom, so that's the reason why Jin's after him. So stuff like that is exactly the reason why I think Tekken 3 is the best fighting game ever made. In my opinion, everything about it, from the soundtrack to the complexity of the fighting system, the characters are super fun. It's super well balanced. It has fun modes that you can explore. Like, you have the arcade mode, the time attack, team battle, survival, and then you have a whole entire beat 'em up mode, which was never done in fighting games before, in this case Tekken Force, and then you have a unique mode called Tekken Ball, where you're hitting a volleyball back and forth, which made its return in Tekken 8 more recently. And that's why I think Tekken 3 is not only the best of the Tekken games, but also just the best fighting game ever made, in my opinion, and one of the best games ever made, period. So those are my reasons. If you disagree, that's totally fine, but these are my reasons for why I think Tekken 3 is the best fighting game ever made. Feel free to have your own opinion. And if you agree, that's cool. And if you disagree, please let me know why. I'd like to know. So now we're going to move on to the next game. What we're going to do now is move on to a game that was a very big deal at the time. There were very few fighting games that ever did stuff like this. King of Fighters was mostly known for doing stuff like this, particularly with King of Fighters 98, which was seen as a Dream Match title. You might be wondering, what exactly is a Dream Match title? I can explain. So in the world of fighting games, a Dream Match title is best described as a fighting game that's non-canon, so it has no impact on the main story arc. And what it does is that it combines the roster of all the games up to the latest entry. And at the time, Tekken Tag Tournament was the most recent entry in the Tekken series. It came out 2 years, roughly 2 years after Tekken 3 did in the arcade. In this particular case, Tekken Tag Tournament came out in... Bro, the game literally ran just fine before I started the stream. What the fuck? By the way, the red screen of death never scared me as a kid. For some reason, it scared most people, but it never scared me. Let me fix this problem. Anyway, to go back to what I was saying, right? Yeah, I gotta fix that. I don't know what the hell happened. So, Tekken Tag 1 is one of many fighting games that was considered a dream match title. And there were many fighting games that did the same thing. Fighters Mega Mix on Sega Saturn was one of them because it combined the roster of Virtua Fighter 2 and Fighting Vipers. At the time, it was like the biggest dream match 3D fighting game ever made. I don't think people really understand how much of a big deal it was when Fighters Mega Mix first came out. Mortal Kombat Trilogy was another dream match title, because it combined the entire roster of the first 3 Mortal Kombats in one roster, and there's a lot of people who consider that to be the best Mortal Kombat game ever made, maybe besides Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3, or Mortal Kombat 2011, or Mortal Kombat 9, sorry. But Tekken Tag Tournament, the original Tekken Tag Tournament, yo, what's up, Tekken Master Claudio? Tekken Tag Tournament was no exception to the rule. It was the first dream match title of the Tekken series. In a way, Tekken Tag Tournament was basically the Mortal Kombat trilogy of Tekken, because it combined the roster of the original trilogy, basically all into one. It had zero impact on the story. It was made specifically for fan service, and it came out in the arcades in 1999 on the Namco system. I think it was the 12 hardware, which was based off the PlayStation 1's hardware. And then it came out as a launch title for the newly released Sony PlayStation 2 in the year of 2000. And that's what we're trying to get to run here. It's just weird because the way the disc runs is so weird. It was literally running just fine earlier. Now it just doesn't want to run. I don't know why. That's so bizarre to me. I might have to break my own rules and play it on an emulator or something. The reason why I want to do the PS2 version is because that's literally what we've been doing this entire time. Nothing much, just chilling, playing Tekken with the boys. I hope that's going well for you, because this right now isn't. I'm trying to get... It's just weird because, like, the game ran just fine, like, before I started the stream, so I don't know what the problem is. The disc is fine. What game is acting a fool? Tekken Tag Tournament 1 on my PS2. It's weird because my other CD PS2 games and even the PS1 games run on my PS2 just fine. It's literally just specifically Tekken Tag Tournament that's struggling to run, and what's even stranger is that the game ran just fine before I started the stream. I don't know what the problem is. Yeah, it's going well. We practice it for Evo. Oh, really? You're going to be competing at Evo? I wish you the best of luck. Right now, what we're doing is that we're having an entire marathon where we're playing through the entire series of Tekken. We literally just got through the original trilogy, and now we are about to go on, and now we're about to do the Tekken trilogy on PS2, which again is for some reason not working very well. I don't know why. I'm gonna go wash the disc. I'm gonna take it in the bathroom real quick, and I'm gonna wash the CD and see if that has any impact on it. So just give me 2 minutes, okay? Yeah, every year the game gremlin afoot. It's the glitch gremlin. Yeah, it's the glitch gremlin. Yeah. So I'm gonna go clean the disc real quick, and then we're gonna come back and we're gonna get this going. On the off chance that for some reason it doesn't want to work, I do have a plan. I actually do have a backup. Okay? Hopefully this won't disrupt the stream in any way, shape, or form. But this might be the only time where I'm gonna have to use an emulator as an alternative. Just to save from the problem. You guys already know I usually like to use the original hardware. But sometimes it cannot be helped because sometimes... But again, it's so strange because my PS2 runs my other CD games just fine. That's what makes it stranger. That's what makes it even more strange. The fact that I can put in another CD PS2 game and it works just fine. Even the PS1 games run just fine on my PS2. And it's a FAT. So that's why it's strange to me. So right now I'm downloading the ROM to Tekken Tag. Don't tell the FBI that. I already own the game, see? But I'm gonna go clean the disc real quick. So just only give me 2 minutes. This will only take, maybe, I don't even think I need 2 minutes, but at the most, that's all I'll need. I'm gonna make this quick. I'm talking to Ace, man.
How can we play this? I'm not real daily. I haven't played this. And now I am. Oh. Why am I?
Look at this guy. Oh my god! Can somebody
It's unblockable after that?
Can somebody click that
So
for me?
it's wait. So
Hang
I
on.
can't block that if we both do that.
Hang
at the
on, the
same
master
time.
clippers.
That's
coming.
cringe.
It negates. No.
Did this? What person that
my
hates
God.
butterflies and hamsters and babies conjured up this line fuck of shit right here? Who did it? Because I need to find that person and stab them in the freaking skull
stomach
with a
hurts.
punji
Oh my
stick
God.
dipped in whale shit that's been sitting around for 30 days. That's what needs to happen to that insipid motherfucker. That's what needs to happen.
Oh, my stomach
there.
hurt. Oh
Right
my
there.
god.
You see it? You see that? That's what it does.
And I fucking hate the fact that it did. It was already very sad when it happened in the original. Imagine how it's gonna be in the where everything is all lifelike. I quit. No. Matt, go watch someone else. This stream's over. This game is dead. I don't want to play no more. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Being verbally assassinated. You have nothing worth of. The only thing that's worth meaning to you is. Yeah, it's if you own it, that's a legal backup. Exactly. Same shit I run into. I have to. Well, my model of the PS2 FAT is a SCPH 50,000 model. It was one of the later PS2 FAT models where they fixed major issues with the disk drive. Like the major issues where after a while it starts to wear. And even if something does happen to the laser, I can always take it to Game Junkie and get the game repaired. Or even I might also need to get Tekken Tag Tournament resurfaced because I've had this copy for years. But again, it's just so strange that it's fucking up today. Anywho, so I'm gonna put the game in and we're gonna see if it works. On the off chance that it doesn't, that's fine. I have a plan B already ready. I already have a plan B. Plan B. There's always a plan B. See if it runs this time. If it doesn't run, it's no big deal because I already have a plan B. Already have it. Come on, man. 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 Uh-oh. Oh, dear. Whew. That's pouring salt on an open wound. That's bro, that's literally pouring salt on an open wound at this point. Come on out. Come on out. That's pouring salt on an open wound. That's so unfortunate that I couldn't get the physical copy of the game. That's all right. I have a I have a plan B set up. As balls and cock, you get the rest of this. Yeah, pretty much. No worries, y'all. I have a whole backup planned. I don't remember specifically if I already have it installed on my PC. I don't think. I actually don't think I do. But I can literally set the whole thing. Literally not a big deal. Literally not a big deal. Is the stream just fine? Because I saw that it dropped bitrate like massively. Let me switch over to my camera and let me put some. Larry got it under control. Oh yeah, yeah. But like I said, shit happens, dude. It's not a big deal. Dude, shit happens. It's like it's not a big deal. Oh wow, Tekken 4 music, which we will get to once we're done with Tekken Tag Tournament. And it sucks because I'm not gonna have all the characters unlocked like I do on my memory card, so that's lame. So lame, bro. So I already got the ROM. And I'm gonna, here we go. I just wanted to make sure everything was running fine on y'all's end because I saw that, because not only did I get the red screen of death, but then, you know, that ended up happening. I'm like, what? But we got this, y'all. We got this. And by the way, I forgot to say this, but thank you guys for being here. You guys could have been anywhere in the world, but y'all are here with me, and I appreciate y'all like a ton. I'm trying to remember if there was something I wanted to tell Jessie. I think I told her already what my plans were. Actually, there was something I did talk to her about. Because I think I was having a whole conversation with her about it. And I think there's like a whole cosplay parade that's supposed to happen after the cosplay contest at 2 AM game that I am thinking about taking part in. Massively thinking about. Hey, you should add that as a soundbite. You're welcome. Thanks, Vertra. I'm just scared shitless, dude. Because those are some of the greatest cosplayers, like, in the scene. They're all gonna be there. Jessie is one of them. And I am scared shitless, bro. I am scared shitless. And let me put Juice to Hot Import Nights on here while I'm at it. In the meantime, I'm gonna definitely get the PS2 emulator set up for y'all. If it'll let me. Also, Ogre's stages lags on PCSX too. Well, I mean, that depends on like the hardware. You also got to keep that in mind. It depends on your hardware. Because I played it on an emulator many times. And I never really had that problem. I was also 3rd place at Comic-Con Saturday. What Comic-Con was it? Hang tight, y'all. There we go. Okay. Black Comic Con in Jersey City, I was Goku. Cool. Whoops, I went into the wrong folder. The hell? Hold on a minute. Because now my PS2 is doing... Not my PS2, I'm sorry. Ooh. Here we go. Let me plug in my arcade stick. So, as I said earlier, what we're gonna do at the end of the stream is that we're gonna rank all the games. Here we go. Yep, SDLX input controller. Just a sec, y'all. I'm trying to create like a little cheat text to activate the thing. Let me see. I don't know if that's gonna have an effect on it, but we shall see. I might have to find another way of doing it. There's a chance that I might have to find another way, but I don't know. Oh, let me reopen the emulator. I apologize for the wait, but thanks for the patience. I apologize for the wait heavily, but thank you for your patience, everyone. You have no idea how thankful I am for that. I appreciate it a ton. Heavily appreciate it. Damn. All right, I actually got one better. I know exactly what to do. I know exactly what to do. I know exactly what to do. So what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna unlock a not unlock, I'm sorry. I'm gonna download a save of the game where everything's unlocked and everything. Probably a max drive save. Hopefully that's good enough. And I'm gonna put it in the memory card folder. That way I have all the characters there, because there's like a specific group of characters that I want to use for the run. So again, I do, you know, I do apologize for the oh no. Oh, you can't make this shit up, bro. You can't make this shit. Oh, you cannot make this up. I might have to just bite my tongue and just go, alright. I might have to just bite my tongue and just be like, you know what? I'm gonna just deal with the cards that I've been given. As long as the game runs, that's all I care about. Cut the music. All right, we back. I should be able to name in a few. As I previously stated, Tekken Tag Tournament is basically the Mortal Kombat trilogy of the Tekken series, because it combined the essence of the first 3 games and combined it in a blender. And what we got is literally one of the greatest dream match fighting games ever made. There's even some people who think that this is the actual best Tekken game in the series. That's entirely subjective, incredibly debatable, but it most definitely is one of the best fighting games on the PS2. Like, I wholeheartedly believe that. And I do think it's one of the best Dream Match titles ever made also. It's a fantastic game. Fantastic. It's one of the few fighting games where the PS2 version surpassed the arcade version. It's one of those rare examples of the console version surpassing the arcade. The other being Soul Calibur on the Dreamcast, which came out the year previous. So Namco was on a roll. They were on a roll. Now, the unfortunate part is that I will say this right now. I will confess this. Tekken Tag Tournament, it's weird because my PS2 for some reason won't read this game. I think there's something up with the disc. So I think I might have to get it resurfaced or something like that. It's weird because my PS2 plays other CD games just fine, and even the PS1 stuff, but it for some reason just won't run Tekken Tag Tournament. I don't know why. So I'm probably going to have to get it resurfaced. So for this run, I'm playing this on a PS2 emulator as a plan B. So, and I don't have all my characters, unfortunately. But just bear with me. Hopefully one day I'll get this problem sorted. And what's even stranger is that the copy of the game in question was working just fine. It was working just fine before I started the stream, but for some reason it just said nope. So we're going to play it through the emulator. So if you experience a little slowdown or just weird graphical parts or something like that, I don't know. Just bear with me, okay? Of course I'm gonna go with the Mishimas. Of course I'm gonna go with the Mishimas. All the way. My favorite Tekken. Fair. That's fair. Oh no. Not this shit. Oh, no, 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 no. Why the slowdown, bro? It basically slapped its ass in front of your face. Yeah, basically. I actually genuinely have no idea why it's slowing down like this. That's actually very concerning. See, this was what I was worried about. The fact that it would slow down like that. And this right here is exactly the reason why I don't like using emulators. What you're seeing right now. This right here is exactly the reason why I don't like using emulators. So just hang tight for 1 second while I get this problem sorted out, okay? I don't know if that fixed the problem. Nope, it's even worse. Oh my god. This is why I hate emulators. This is the... Oh my god. I really do apologize for these problems. Just let me get this... Just let me get to the root of the problem here. I might have to do the arcade version, honestly. I actually might have to do the arcade version. Oh yeah, this is ridiculous. This is trash, garbage, you know the rest. The slowdown really is a mood killer. I literally have no idea why it's having this problem. I never had this problem with Tekken Tag Tournament before. Is it because of the game cap? Let me see something real quick. It might be the game capture. No, it's not that either. It's just that the emulator is just a piece of shit. Alright. This might have to be the one time where I cannot do the console version. That is some bull fucking shit, dude. That is such... This is one of those times where I have no choice but to play the arcade port. I wanted to do the console version because that's where Tekken Tag Tournament looked the best. But in this particular case, it can't be helped because my copy won't run on my PS2 for some odd reason. And then the emulator is even worse. This is exactly the reason why I don't like using emulators when I stream retro games. Like what you just saw just now is exactly 100% the reason why I don't use emulators. Exactly the reason. Like, unless it's a super rare game and it's super compatible with the game, or I'm just trying before I buy, I never ever use emulators. I never do. Granted, it's all circumstantial, but you know, my point still stands. So what I'm gonna do now is that we're gonna open up the display. We're gonna open up MAME and we're gonna play it from there, okay? MAME does run pretty well to its credit. So now we're gonna run Tekken Tag Tournament. And I believe I do have all my characters on.
Good morning.
Let me just make sure that... Oh my god, I'm... Here you go, ladies and gentlemen. The Dream Match title, Tekken Tag Tournament. This game... I mean, I don't want to beat the dead horse here. You already know the rest. Dream Match... The only reason I'm so burnt out from repeating myself is because I went through several technical difficulties just to get the game up and running. Particularly on my PS2, and then having to switch to the emulator because my PS2 for some reason won't run the game despite running other CD-based CD-ROM games just fine. And then the PS2 emulator ended up being a big piece of shit. So I'm like, alright, I'm just gonna run the arcade version. Because I literally have no choice. And for some reason all my characters are locked. I don't know why. I literally do not know why. Hang tight. Oh shoot.
Good morning.
Yeah, let me restart the game. I'm like, all my characters should have been there. What is this monstrosity? Thank you. Matter of fact, oops, I hit the wrong button, my bad. Oh my god, what was the button where you could go into the options menu? I can't remember exactly what the input was. It is F2. Why didn't it? There we go. I was like, the whole time I was thinking, I was like, what the EX super hard? Oh, hell no. Hell no. Hell no. Hell no. Now I'm angry. I was gonna go with Heihachi and Jin. No, I'm mad as hell. I'm awakening my devil. I'm mad as hell. I'm awakening my devil gene.
Round one. Fight.
Oh my god. Ah, down forward 2.
You win. Round two. Fight.
You might be wondering why it looks like a PS1 game, because it was released on the Namco System 12, which was based on PS1 hardware. But as you already know, it came out a lot better graphically on PS2. Which we literally would have played as part of this marathon, but like I said, they just, for some reason the PS2 version just doesn't want to work. I don't know why. It literally wasn't until I turned the stream on when the disc said, nope, I don't want to play. It's like it's self-aware or something. Which it very likely is. Oh god, that's still hitting. Damn, that must have been severely plus on hit. Like the way that connected.
Round 1, fight.
Oh my god. Oh god. Oh god. That was supposed to be DP, but hey, I ain't complaining. As long as I won. Whoops. Oh my god, I was gonna get... Ow. Yay, wave dash, wave dash.
Round 3, fight.
Oh man, I whipped the side step too. I just key charged off screen. Wang Jinrei versus Jun Kazama. I mean, I'm sorry, teaming up with Jun Kazama. This also created very fun, unique matchups in this game. That's what makes this game such an amazing Dream Match title. Jun Kazama be like, you're overdue for child support. Kazuya be like, I don't owe you jack shit. Deadbeat father.
Round 3, fight.
Oh man, oh, that doesn't work? Oh my god. Oh my god, I was about to punish that. Fuck. Oh fuck. Anyway, Lei Wulong and Nina Williams. Oh yeah, one of my favorite theme songs is definitely Lei Wulong stage in this game. Both versions. I will say that the PS2 version of Lei's theme had more flair, but the arcade version is more raw. That's why I like both versions of it. The arcade version sounds the most raw, and just because something's raw doesn't mean it's a bad thing. But the second one had the most flair, the console version. Tekken Tag Tournament easily has some of the best music in the series, easily. Like, it's not even up for debate. It's literally it's a goated soundtrack.
3, fight.
I thought he was gonna complete the combination. Ooh. Panda versus Panda and Lee. What am I? Sorry, I'm burnt out from the bullshit of trying to get Tekken tournament to run. So if I seem a little bit low on the energy, So if I seem a bit low on the energy, it's because I'm just burnt out from trying to get this shit to run. Even MAME is lagging a little bit. I feel like it's because my PC is it's on its last legs, very likely. I don't know. Or maybe it's just the emulator, who knows? I genuinely don't know what it is.
You win. Round 3, fight.
Whoa! Knock it off. Bitch ass.
You win.
Excuse me for cussing. Ah.
Round 1, fight.
Hey, Hachi's theme is also really good in this game. Both the arcade and the range version. Same reasons why I love Lei's theme. Arcade's the most raw. The range version had more flair.
Round 2, fight. Round 3, fight.
Don't touch me. Whoa. What the hell? Oh my god. What in the name of Jesus Christ just... What? What? What was that hitbox, bro? What was that? Oh my god. Oh man. Oh god, that's plus. Supposed to do a Wild Rising 4-4, but I can take that one. Oh yeah.
Round one.
Father and son. Well, I have to deal with my son first. Oh, hello, Pops. Don't touch me. That's weird. The hitbox on that doesn't work. It only works for Jack because he has a much bigger hitbox. I tech that. Hello. Oh god. Nice try. Don't touch me. Ah! How did he get that out, bro? I'm dead, yep. He just had to do up forward 4-4 and it somehow worked. Oh my god. Oh my god, he took his time and tech rolled out the way. Hello, son. Let me beat that ass. Yeah. Let me beat that ass. Really, bro? Nope. How? Yeah, I can do it too. Oh my god, bro. Yeah, look. I can do it too. Oh, and you blocked it. I got a 1-1-2 as well, bitch. Look at you. Look at that whiff though. Don't touch me. You are so lucky I didn't catch you with that headbutt. At least that works. That offensive pressure. The Kazuya pressure, dude. Oh, hi, Unknown. AKA my former lover. In the Tekken Tag tournament, Unknown is basically the evil side of Jun Kazama. That's her, like, darker alter ego. This forward 1+2 has long startup. But at least like when it comes out, it's like it does have that. It does have launcher capabilities. Nope! Get off of me! Hashtag hands off, you fucking bitch. Absolute cunt. Oh, I missed the DP. Nope. I got a down forward 1 as well. A very useless poke, but hey. Because of the long windup and everything. Oh my lord. It feels so good. There goes Harada's plug. Like I said, amazing Dream Match title. You literally are seeing it, sorry about that. I always get texts from friends every time I'm streaming. But what I was gonna say was that this is a game where certain portions of the fan base argue that it's the actual best Tekken game in the series. Again, one of those takes that's very much debatable. But it's hard to deny that it is indeed one of the best Dream Match fighting games ever made. No doubt. No doubt. Like, I wholeheartedly believe that. In fact, the earliest memory I can recall that I played Tekken Tag Tournament was the arcade machine. It was the arcade version that I played first. It was at a bowling alley. I might have been about 6 years old when I experienced it for the first time. It was like an arcade machine at the time, and I remember seeing it. I'm like, oh, you can switch between the two characters. I'm like, this is really cool. I never really got back into it until I got it on PS2, like many years later, like when I was in middle school. And then that was when I started playing the game religiously. Alright, so we're good on MAME. Alright, so now we can go back to the PS2. The only reason I had to do it that way was literally because of the fact that I mean, let's be real. It gave me no other option. I had to do what I had to do. But now we can go back to the PS2. Right? And my stick. How is everyone enjoying the stream, by the way? I meant to ask. Because this is like the first time I did a fighting game marathon since Fatal Fury, which was 4 years ago. And at the time, Fatal Fury City of the Wolves got announced. Well, it wasn't even called City of the Wolves, though. It was just known as the brand new Fatal Fury game. Like, at the time, SNK said that a brand new Fatal Fury game has been greenlit and is in active development. That was when they confirmed, yes, a brand new Fatal Fury is coming. Lo and behold, City of the Wolves. It didn't get called City of the Wolves until like a year or two later, after SNK announced that the project was greenlit. I think it was like 2 years later. But anyway, so the next game in the series, this was when they brought the story elements of the franchise back. And fun fact, it also happens to be the very first Tekken game I ever played on PS2. So this game is often considered to be the black sheep of the Tekken franchise, and there's many reasons why. It's reasons that I would definitely love to get into once we get to the end of the stream when we do the tier list. But to put it simply, they basically restructured the engine from Tekken 3 and Tag Tournament. And they included, and it was the first to have like an interactive 3D background. In this particular case, it had like wall combos and stuff, and the wall combo system was broken in this game. But Tekken 4 introduced like the new interactive environments that are multi-leveled and everything. And it continued the story from Tekken 3. This time, compared to that game, this game takes place roughly 1 year after the events of Tekken 3, which means that this game takes place 20 years after the events of Tekken 2. Again, massive time skip. But this game takes place at least 2 years. 2 years after Tekken 3. The intro starts out very simple enough. it shows the ending to Tekken 2 when Heihachi dropped Kazuya in the volcano 20 years later. Heihachi is still running the Mishima Zaibatsu, and a familiar face from his past comes back. And we also got some fresh new faces like Steve Fox. He's a character who was created by the Mishima Zaibatsu and was cloned off of the DNA of Nina Williams. So technically speaking, she's his mom. And then we have Christy Montero, who is basically a pupil to Eddie Gordo. And she also happens to be the granddaughter of Eddie Gordo's master. And then we have Craig Marduk, a man who was a Valley Tudo legend who unfortunately ended up in prison for the murder of an old character. In this case, it was Armor King 1 from the first 2 Tekkens. Also, this intro reveals that Kazuya is still alive, and he's stronger than he ever was before. In Tekken 2, he was kind of battling with the devil gene in his blood, but by the events of this game, he fully embraced the devil gene and allowed it to consume him so that he could be resurrected, come back, and be strong enough to get his revenge on Heihachi Mishima. This was when the franchise started going all in on the storytelling. This is an underrated game. This was when the Tekken series started really getting more and more into the storytelling, which I think was a much needed change that the series needed. Ladies and gentlemen, Namco presents Tekken 4, which came out in the arcades in 2001, roughly 1 year after Tekken Tag Tournament was dropped on the PS2, and then it came out in 2002 for the Sony PlayStation 2, which was 2 years after Tekken Tag Tournament had dropped. Yeah, we're gonna do the story battle. Why the hell not? I don't see why not.
Welcome to the King of Iron Fist Tournament 4.
It doesn't have the biggest roster. There's definitely other characters that were missing from the roster. So that's one of the weaker parts about Tekken 4. But the overall atmosphere of the game is just perfect. Like it had just about as much of a dark tone as Tekken 2 and 3 did. You could argue that it's a little bit darker than those games, and for good reason. You're about to see why.
Brisbane, Australia, a city crowded with buildings, new and old. Nestled amongst the towering buildings was a small dojo. A young man trained there in silence, his face hidden by the hood of his jacket.
I absolutely love the dark tone of Tekken 4.
Jin trained in the traditional art of karate. Ever since his betrayal by Heihachi, Jin loathed anything related to the Mishimas. His lineage, his fighting style, the devil gene in his blood, everything.
This was the first game where they coined the term devil gene. Concept was always there, but this is when the term became official. The storytelling elements of Tekken 4 is easily one of the biggest highlights of the game. And it also was the first Tekken game to have the famous catchphrase, "Get ready for the next battle." And it said it at the top of the loading screen. But it wasn't voiced out until Tekken 5. And then the rest is history. I'm trying to get... There we go. Super underrated game. I don't think Tekken 4 is as bad as people made it out to be. It wasn't the most balanced of the series, but I still think the game is great. And it's still a great looking game on top of that. Most people also didn't like how Jin changed his entire fighting style, but it made sense in the context of the story. And that's one thing. And secondly, it was a great way to differentiate him from his family, instead of being just a carbon copy. But like I said, it also made sense in the context of the story, because Jin literally had something completely awful happen to someone who he was told to go to in the case that you know, basically shit hit the fan. Oh god. Ah! He fucked that up. Yoshimitsu fucked that match up. He flew and he hit the wall, and I punished it with 2-4.
You win. Round 2. Fight.
Oh my god. Why isn't it? I'm playing like dog shit right now, I ain't gonna lie. I can play better than this, for sure. But yeah, this was the first Tekken game I ever played on PS2. And I remember, I thought this game was like, I was like, man, this is the most real looking Tekken I ever saw. But that's what I was exposed to at the time.
Round 1. Fight.
But also, Jin was completely broken. He's literally the strongest character in the game. And in this game, at least. Tekken 4 Jin was wildly OP. He was so ridiculously OP in this game.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh man.
You win.
And the best part about Jin Kazama is that his voice actor, to this day, is the exact same voice actor from Tekken 3. He's one of the only Tekken characters to have had the exact same voice actor since his debut, which I think is awesome. Jin never changed his voice actor. It's always been the same guy. I'm trying to remember like his other one.
Round 2. Fight.
Wasn't it? I'm trying to remember. There we go. That was the one I wanted. Let's go. I had to do that at least once. Charge up. Mental alertness. Bot. DP. Also, the movement in Tekken 4 is definitely one of the weakest parts of the game. I'm not a big fan of how Tekken 4 moves. Thankfully, they fixed this problem with Tekken 5. But Tekken 4 really screwed up with the movement. And I kind of saw what they were going with here. It almost felt a lot like Soul Calibur, where it's like, you just move, like in order to sidestep, you just either hold up or down. Instead of having to double tap up or down. But I always preferred that though, because it allows you to either crouch or jump if you needed to. You bringing your PS3 out for Dark Resurrection 6 Tag 2 or RPS3 like last one? The only reason I'm using RPCS3 for this is because I don't have space to put my PS3 up. Because I got all these consoles. I should have done it beforehand. But also I don't have a working I wish I had a working arcade stick for my PS3, but I don't. I used to. back when I was streaming my PS3, but not anymore. So again, this is one of those instances where I have to use the emulator to compensate for the inconvenience, which I hope that's all right with y'all.
You win. Round 1. Fight.
Oh man. Oh damn. Speaking of broken characters, Steve Fox. Steve Fox is also very broken in this game. Especially in Tekken 5 also, which was also an unbalanced fighting game. Vanilla Tekken 5 at that.
Round 2. Fight. You win.
Oh yeah. And Kazuya would be like, literally. I just wonder where the hell is he? Because I'm supposed to be fighting him. Which also happened in the story. What happened was that the Tekken Force ambushed Jin, and then he was taken to Hanmaru Temple under Heihachi's orders. That's the reason why he never met up with Kazuya during round 7. That shows it right here, matter of fact. What I also like about the story, especially for Jin, is that it really shows you how much he's really fighting that inner demon, the literal inner demon that he had inside of him, that was inherited to him as a result of his father. Here's Jin's nightmare. He's on that devil gene crack. It's not even crack, it's more like devil gene LSD mind trip. Mezamuro Kazamashin. I love the Japanese voice actors. They're incredible. Again, the Japanese voice actors are just incredible. They put so much emotion into these characters. Japan is just fucking awesome.
1. Fight.
Ooh. Nope. Oh my god. Knock me out of it.
You win. Round 2. Fight.
Whoa! What you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do? I'm gonna beat you, bitch. Oh, 1-1-2. All right. Yeah. Eat that.
You win.
Eat this. Forgive me. That is canon, by the way. Jin beat the crap out of Kazuya. He literally took on Kazuya and Heihachi at the same time. That is definitely canon. What you're seeing is canon. Jin defeated Kazuya and Heihachi all by himself. It literally shows you exactly how strong he really became. Well, also almost allowed the devil gene to take over his blood. I won't spoil the ending. Ah, damn. Oh, fuck you. You made a big mistake going for that DP. I was like, alright. 11 frame punish. 2-4.
Win. Round 2. Fight.
Ouch. Ouch. Oh my god. What the hell? Oh no 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 no! Oh! All right. Whoa! Oh, he didn't even have that until Tekken. Yeah, he didn't get up forward 2 until Tekken 5. I love that mental alertness.
You win.
Still my favorite Tekken character. I just wish they... Actually, we'll get to that when we get to that. Don't worry. Yep, he almost let the devil gene consume him as a result of the hatred he had for Heihachi and Kazuya. There's just one little thing. Yeah. He saw a vision of his mom. And that's what stopped him. A clear reminder that even despite the devil gene in his blood, he still had that kind nature in his heart that he inherited from his mom. And that's why he spared Heihachi's life. This right here, Namco, you had the perfect hero for the Tekken series right here. Who was battling that inner conflict within himself. The devil gene, something he never asked to have. You had the perfect protagonist right here. Right, bro. I swear to God. It doesn't... Do I even need to say it? Do I even need to say it? I pretty much... I think I said this in yesterday's stream. They took his character in such an awful direction when Tekken 6 came out, but we'll definitely get to that later. We'll definitely get to Tekken 6 much later. But we gotta do the next we gotta do the next game. But I'm not a big fan of Christ. I think the credits here are very long. Well, I feel like most of them were. overall, I don't think Tekken 4 is as awful as some people made it out to be. It's definitely not the best. It's definitely not the best Tekken game of the series. But I also don't think it deserves all of the abuse that it gets. It was experimenting with something very unique that the rest of the Tekken series would adopt from and refined it. So they were kind of playing around with the idea of having a fully interactive 3D environment in the same way that Virtua Fighter did it, because they did that with Virtua Fighter 3. And then eventually, Virtua Fighter 4 took it to even greater heights. So in a way, Tekken was still kind of learning a lot from the Virtua Fighter games, which, need I remind you, the same guy who created Virtua Fighter also created Tekken. So there's that. But like I said, Tekken 4 was kind of taking advantage of the new ideas. Oh, Michael Murray got a plug. I believe this was the first game that he was a part of. Michael Murray. I know a lot of people don't like him, but I believe this was his first Tekken game. But yeah, it's like, Tekken 4 was only experimenting with a bunch of trends in 3D fighting games that was popular at the time. Like the fully interactive environments. It may not have been executed in the best way, but this mechanic in the Tekken series would later be refined, starting with Tekken 5. And even though Tekken 5, that's going to be the next game that we get to, by the way. So with Tekken 5, I can't wait to get to this game. I definitely can't wait to get to this game. Because I actually have a lot to say about Tekken 5. A lot to say. I truly do think that there's a lot of people who would make the case that I guarantee you that there's people who would make the case that that Tekken 5 is the actual best in the series. And there's many reasons why, all of which I'm very happy to explain. Very, very happy to explain. So this, in my opinion, Tekken 5 is the best fighting game on the PS2. There's obviously a lot of fighting games on PS2. Soul Calibur, Bloody Roar, Capcom vs. SNK, Street Fighter. All of that, right? But as far as like new unique fighting games, Tekken 5, at least for the PS2 of the time, Tekken 5, in my opinion, is literally the best fighting game on the PS2. I could literally go on all day talking about this game. All day. All friggin' day. There's a plethora. There's a plethora of reasons why that is. There's a plethora of reasons for why that is. All of which I'm going to describe as we go along with the game. So they fixed everything that was wrong with Tekken 4, and even though it's not the most balanced of the Tekken games, it's definitely the most objectively unbalanced of the series, because you had so many characters on the roster like Jin and even Steve Fox. They were broken as hell. All of that. And even Tekken 5, from a storyline perspective, literally picks up exactly where Tekken 4 left off, where Jin defeated Heihachi and Kazuya in the Temple of Hanmaru. And literally right after that fight, they got ambushed by Jax. And they, for a moment, they put their differences aside and fought together as father and son and fought against the Jax. The only time, at least for the time being, where these two characters fought as a genuine team. And I said only for a minute. Badass moment. No doubt. Badass moment. Oh, I like how he did the up forward 3-4. Amazing fight. And And then Kazuya allowed and then he betrayed Heihachi and left him to die alone with the Jacks. Which, I don't know how Heihachi didn't see this coming. And boom, Heihachi Mishima is dead. Or so we thought. Brand new character, by the way, Raven.
Heihachi Mishima is dead.
This time the stakes were raised because for a while we genuinely thought that he was genuinely was dead for a while. And in addition, we had more iconic characters who made their debut, like Asuka Kazama, who was a relative of the Kazama family, making her Jin's biological cousin. Chrissy Montero comes back. Eddie Gordo made his return from Tekken 3. Fang Wei, brand new character, who would also become an iconic character. Baek Doosan and Bruce Irvin make their canonical return from Tekken 2. Anna Williams makes her canonical return from Tekken 3. So Tekken 5 brought back a lot of characters that were missing for quite a while. Quite a long time. Even Gon Ryu made his return from Tekken 2. Literally the first time since Tekken 2 that he's been seen. So not only did we get the cast from Tekken 4, but we also got characters brought back from Tekken 2 and Tekken 3. Even Martial Law. I mean, Martial Law came back, in Tekken 4. We all know that. The only reason he wasn't playable in Tekken 3 was because he was running the martial restaurant at the time. And Tekken 5 actually explains why you never see Forest Law and why Martial Law is back in the game. Even in Tekken 4, he came back because he wanted to win prize money to bring back his failing businesses, which this game has kind of adopted that story from. Wang Jinrei also made his return from Tekken 2. Canonically speaking, of course. And also, this was the introduction of Jinpachi Mishima, the father of Heihachi. He's a very important character to the lore of Tekken because he was literally the founder of the Mishima Zaibatsu, but was buried and imprisoned underneath the temple of Hanmaru by his own son so that he could take the Mishima Zaibatsu for himself. And Jinpachi ends up coming back as a result of a demonic power. I don't remember specifically if it was the Devil Gene or not. But Jinpachi makes his one and only appearance in the Tekken franchise, but in storyline, his comeback after he died from the starvation and having the temple like literally on his shoulders from the exhaustion and hunger, basically. So there's many reasons why Tekken 5 is the best of the Tekken series for most people. It definitely had a better roster than the last two games did, arguably, and even gave us the iconic characters that we now have, like Asuka, Raven, Feng Wei. It also had a 3D action adventure minigame called Devil Within, where we learn more about Jin and his past. We also have the arcade history mode, because at the time, this game was celebrating the 10-year anniversary of the Tekken franchise. For context, the game came out in 2004 in the arcade and 2005 for the PS2 in America. But because the franchise was celebrating its 10-year anniversary, it gave us an arcade history mode, something we never had before in the series, and I don't know if we're ever going to get this again unless there's a new Tekken collection that Namco actually does end us giving with Robat Netcode. Hello. Anyway, it gave us the original Tekken 2 version B, which was what the PlayStation version was based on as far as balance, and Tekken 3, the arcade version. So we had three older arcade games ported onto one PlayStation 2 disc, in addition to having a brand new Tekken game with its own unique engine and roster. And it was also an unlockable Namco game called Stargazer, which was an old 3D rail shooter from back in like the late 80s, I believe. So yeah, and it was also the first Tekken game where you could customize your character and give them like all kinds of unique aesthetics and even register your characters, your player name, and even rank up also. But it brought back the story mode, the arcade, time attack, team battle, survival, all of that. All of that is still there.
The King of Iron Fist Tournament 5.
For the sake of keeping consistency, I'm going to get down with Jin Kazama once again.
Jin Kazama.
Just for the sake of this playthrough. Namco Fighting Collection any day now?
Kazama, a child.
I wish, bro. I wish.
After fighting Kazuya and Heihachi, an evil spirit welled up within Jin.
By the way, the voice actor here is the same voice actor for Alucard in the original Castlevania Symphony of the Night on PS1. Robert Belgrade.
Completely destroyed, and he knew he was the one who did it.
Yep, that's Alucard. Alucard's voice, rather.
Returning to Yakushima, Jin was plagued by nightmares, triggering the devil gene.
An area that would become a stage later in Tekken 8. Yakushima.
I can hold on, says Jin. Jin sets out on a journey to end this evil, with destiny as his only guide.
Get ready for the next battle.
The details. They are important. Oh, El Cheapo. Mr. Grabs a lot.
Koi.
Hoi.
Round 1.
Of course, the graphics have improved from Tekken 4. But combat-wise, this game definitely refined... Combat-wise, it definitely refined what Tekken 4 started, for sure. This game arguably, I say arguably, has the best combat in the Tekken franchise. There's like 3 Tekken games I can think of that had the best combat. We'll get to the next one later. And it's probably gonna piss some people off. Tekken 1 to Tag and Soul Edge to Soul Calibur 2 seems reasonable to want in a collection. I 100% agree. I actually agree with you, Abba.
Get ready for the next battle.
100% agree with you.
Round 1. Fight.
Also, the movement is so much better. So much better. They fixed the movement problems, the limited mobility of Tekken 4, which I'm so glad about. And of course, a lot of the characters got new moves.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh my god. I hate that long wind-up off of that. Ah, my god, the long one. Thank God I was far enough to the point where he whiffed it entirely. I was worried.
You win.
Also, in my opinion,
Get ready for the next battle.
maybe besides Virtua Fighter 4 Evolution, I do think Tekken 5 is the best looking 3D fighting game on the PS2.
Round 1. Fight.
The only other fighting game that I think would even come close to that is Virtua Fighter 4 Evolution. Which, that in and of itself, is also an amazing fighting game also. One of the best on the PS2. Oh, man.
You win. Round 2. Fight.
Oh God. Damn it, I couldn't do the mental alertness. Sometimes it just doesn't come out.
You win.
Which is strange.
Get ready for the next battle.
Hwoarang. His rival. Basically, Jin is basically the Ryu of Tekken, and Hwoarang is basically the Ken of Tekken. If there's a Ryu and Ken in Tekken, it's Jin and Hwoarang.
뭐? 나보다 강한 놈이라도 있다는 거야?
そうじゃない。これは俺たち一族の問題なんだ。
아이, 그딴 건 나랑 싸우고 나서 해결해. 야!
仕方ないな。
You give me no choice.
Fight.
Oh.
You win. Round 2. Fight.
Oh, how did I... Oh God. I just love doing that, the mental alertness. I love that.
今の俺はどんな手を使ってでもこの大会を最後まで見届ける義務が。
This game is easily in my top 5, literally. Top 5 favorites of favorite PS2 games. Easily in my top 5.
また戻ってくるさ。
저 자식.
Get ready for the next battle.
Bang Wei. Another character who's obsessed with power to the point where he killed his own master.
Round 1. Fight.
Which was what you saw in the intro. He killed his own master. Because his master scolded him for literally going outside of the school's teachings, starting fights and stuff like that. And Fang Wei got so angry that he literally killed him.
You lose.
Bro literally got so angry that he killed him.
Fight.
Which is insane. Oh man, I couldn't reverse that shit.
You win. Final round. Fight.
Oh God. Listen to my buttons, Jin. Oh my God. 442 is your best friend as Jin Kazama.
You win.
It is literally your best friend. Here we go, Lei Wulong. A character that needs to be brought back in Tekken 8. Oh, my favorite stage in... Well, my second favorite stage in the game.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh man, how did I miss that? Back forward 2-1. Ding.
You win. Get ready for the next battle.
Martial law. This is my favorite stage in the game. Moonlit Wilderness. Best theme song in the game too. How dare you reverse me? Jesus, I gotta be careful. Oh God. Oh God. No, 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 no. Can't wake up. I kind of saw what martial law was going for. I was like, nope.
You win. Round 2. Fight.
Oh. My favorite part of the song coming right up, right now, as a matter of fact.
You win.
Moonlit Wilderness is easily the best stage in the game. Anna Williams, who made her canonical return to the franchise since Tekken 3. Oh God! Hey Dante, which Tekken did I arrive at? Tekken 5. We already got through the older ones. Well, I mean, we're still going through the old ones, but I'm talking about like the original trilogy. Oh wait, that was supposed to be the 2-4 punishment. You should have gotten all of these games beaten in 1 hour. Dante, I'm not that good.
You win.
I'm not that good. And plus, I made sure that the round count was up too a little bit, so I could spend a little bit more time with these games. I don't want to just run through them that quickly. Like, obviously, I want to be quick with them, but not that quick. You forget, I love Tekken. You forget. Nice try, bitch. The superior Williams sister. That's fair. That's actually fair, because I think Anna has better personality. She has more personality than her sister. And keep in mind that Anna's been in this series since the first Tekken. Her and Nina have been in this series since the first game. The only game that Anna missed out on was 4. And here we go. Jin's about to fight his great-grandfather, Jinpachi Mishima.
それでわしの血もこうして反応してるというわけか。お前を食らおうとな。悪しき血は俺の手で立つ。貴様にそれができるのか。このわしを倒す資格があるのか。
Like I said, the Japanese voice actors are phenomenal. Oh my God. Here we go, El Cheapo. El Cheapo. I've said it once and I'll say it again. This dude needs to see a doctor. He's beyond saving Dante. A doctor is the least that he needs to see. And the fireball still hit me. I don't know how. She was one of my Tekken 2 mains with the backflip kicks. Look, see, there he goes with the fucking... Oh yeah, and then when he does that bear hug move, he also regenerates some of his health. What? I'm not gonna rage. I'm not gonna rage. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Bro is firing fireballs out of a goddamn mouth on his torso. Yeah, it's his demonic power. Bro. Oh my god. What? That almighty oh my god. That almighty push, dude. He had no health left. Cheapest motherfucker ever, dude. Excuse me for cussing. I just hate Jinpachi. He's literally the cheapest boss in the entire Tekken franchise. That's actually one of the problems that this game suffers from. Having a cheap final boss. But then again, a lot of fighting games do.
Continue. Get ready for the next
A
battle.
lot of fighting games. What makes this worse is that I'm literally using my best character overall against him, and I still can't beat him. Why that's plus, I have no idea. I actually do not know why. Oh my god, dude. Asshole. You don't need to purposefully lose to make the stream longer. I'm not!
Round 2.
Shut your mouth! Shut your friggin'... Quit playing with me, bro. Just take the match. Just take the match. I don't know. Just take the match. Who said that? It was Abba. It's not in the Twitch chat because he's watching it on the YouTube side.
Final round. Fight.
Oh my god, the almighty push. Oh my god. Bro, why is that low reach so oh my god. Was it that hard? Apparently it was. Hang on, let me put the light on so you can at least see me a little bit better. Good lord. Good lord. So what I said was that once we get to Tekken 8, once we complete Tekken 8, we're gonna rank the games on a tier list. From D all the way up to S rank. That's what we're gonna do once we're done with Tekken 8. So we're not too far from Tekken 8. So that's the canonical ending. Jin defeated his great-grandfather, Jinpachi Mishima, and then takes charge of the Mishima Zaibatsu. It's worth repeating that Heihachi was believed to have been dead after, you know, what you saw in the intro when Kazuya left him alone to fight the Jackson in the Hanmaru Temple. And that's why Heihachi was believed to have been dead. For the first time, at the time, people genuinely thought that Heihachi was dead. And this would foreshadow the events of Tekken 6. And oh boy, I can't wait to get to that one. I'm debating on whether or not if I should play Dark Resurrection, since it's nothing more than just a balance patch or just an updated version of Tekken 5. Do y'all want me to put on Dark Resurrection? Because Dark Resurrection is literally nothing new storyline-wise. It's literally just an updated version of Tekken 5. Because as I said before, one of the problems that vanilla Tekken 5 suffered from was how extremely unbalanced the game was. Because there were characters in the roster that were completely broken. Jin was one of them. Steve Fox was another. And I believe, I think Fang Wei was also considered broken. Asuka, for sure. So what they did was that they released a unique version of it on PSP and PS3, and it was called Tekken Dark Resurrection on PSP, but Tekken 5 Dark Resurrection Online on PS3. The real question is, do you want to fight Jinpachi again? Hell no. So I guess for the sake of consistency, we'll just go straight to Tekken 6. Since Dark Resurrection was literally nothing more than just an update of Tekken 5. Otherwise, I would have been more than happy to put on that game because that's arguably my favorite version of Tekken 5. Dark Resurrection. because it also brought in new characters. Lily was one of them. Lily made her debut in Tekken 5 Dark Resurrection. Sounds like Tekken 6 it is then. Oh yeah. So for the sake of just keeping things consistent, we'll just go to Tekken 6 next. Okay? Might make things run go by quicker. That being said, if you want to see me run it afterwards, let me know. If anybody wants to see me run that game afterwards, just please let me know. Yeah, Michael Murray got a plug here. Like, the first game that he was a part of as far as the localization of Tekken in America was Tekken 4. Also, Junie, one of the artists for Tekken, found their footing with Tekken 5. Because they did a lot of the artwork that is still in the series to this day. And you can tell that is Junie's art style. They did the artwork, the 2D artwork of this game with all the... You remember all the cutscenes you see in the story mode with the comic book visuals stuff? That was Junie's art style. And you would see and then he would go on to do more of the artwork, the 2D artwork, story artwork rather, in Tekken 6. Yeah, in Tekken 6. I had to think about it for a second. Lily, the character where people spend most time in customization than labbing. I mean, she was on video game magazines, too. So there's that. Yeah, I think Tekken 5 is the best looking 3D fighter on the PS2. I think it's the best overall fighting game on the PS2. It's definitely in my top 5 of my favorite PS2 games. It's arguably for some people the best Tekken game. I feel like Tekken 5 is universally considered to be the best. I'm one of those people who I think Tekken 3 is the best, but I have no pushback to those who think Tekken 5 is, because in many ways I can totally see why Tekken 5 is the best. But there's one other game that I think is on the same level as Tekken 3 and 5, and that's probably going to irk some people, but we'll get to that game when we get to it. You'll see. I won't spoil it, but you'll see. So now we're done with the PS2. That's going to conclude the PlayStation 2 portion of the stream. Once again, you guys could have been anywhere in the world, but you guys are here with me, and I appreciate y'all. And I do apologize for the difficulties that we were having with Tekken Tag Tournament. I think I may need to go to Game Junkie to get the game resurfaced. Okay, let me start. Yeah, I'm probably going to have to do that. So now... we're going to take things over to the PS3. Which I do have Tekken 5 Dark Resurrection on. But like I said, it's just a balance update to Tekken 5. Not to mention it's literally just a unique balance port of Tekken 5. That's literally all it is. But like I said, that game is considered by most people to be the actual best in the series. Make of that if you will. But for now, for the sake of consistency, we're gonna go straight to Tekken 6, okay? Just bear with me for 1 second, okay? As I get the game running. Plus, keep in mind, I haven't played this game in a really long time. Funny that there's one Namco game music, a Namco song playing in the background of Tekken. 6, 7, then 8. Well, don't forget, we also have to do Tekken Tag Tournament 2 since we did the first Tekken Tag Tournament. And yeah, Tekken Tag Tournament is technically a spin-off since it's more of a Dream Match title. But I still count them as main games, but that's just me. And plus, I feel like people would literally get mad at me if I didn't do them. Big Doug got some good music. Well, certainly does. Alright, so Tekken 6 was when the story really took quite the turn. There's Nina Williams, by the way. So in this game, Jin Kazama carrying this, it picks up where the last game left off, where Jin Kazama takes over the Mishima Zaibatsu since Heihachi was believed to have been dead. With this game coming out, obviously we know that's not the case. But Jin literally starts a whole worldwide war that resulted in millions of people dying. And this was one of the new characters, Miguel. He ends up debuting in this game as a result of having his sister die as a result of the war that Jin started. More on that, we have a new character named Zafina. She's one of the heroic characters who's also trying to put an end to the Devil Gene's blood, particularly with Azazel. Azazel is basically a monster that is the originator, the source, the true original source of the Devil Gene's power. And the reason Jin Kazama started this entire war was specifically to awaken him. Yo, thanks for the Prime sub, Dante. I love you, bro. I appreciate you. You're the GOAT. You're the absolute GOAT, bro. But like I said, so Jin started this whole war to awaken Azazel. So while his intentions were good, he ended up doing a very horrible thing that pretty much resulted in millions of people dying. So essentially, he was the main antagonist of the game. And we got a brand new protagonist that took Jin Kazama's place as a result of the direction that Tekken 6's story went in after Tekken 5. More on that, a brand new company known as G Corporation made its debut in this game, and it's headed by the father of Jin Kazama, Kazuya Mishima, the one and only time where Kazuya was technically portrayed as the hero of the game. He's obviously not an outright hero, but from the context of the story of Tekken 6, this was the only time Kazuya was ever seen as the good guy in the game. Because his organization, G Corporation, opposed the war. That's the reason why Kazuya was seen as the protagonist. But the Mishima Zaibatsu instigated this entire war, and that was started by Jin Kazama, who was entirely responsible for this war starting. So this was the game that essentially assassinated Jin Kazama's character, and I was left extremely disappointed and, dare I say, infuriated at the direction that they took Jin's character in. He was the perfect written protagonist, but then they replace him with someone else who also happens to be a relative of the Mishima bloodline, that being Lars Alexanderson, who's not even a Japanese character, by the way. But he does inherit some of, he's for those who don't know, Lars is the illegitimate son of Heihachi Mishima. Now, I don't know who Heihachi banged and had Lars with. I don't know. That's up for grabs. Same goes for Reina and Tekken 8. I don't know how much of his seed that he spread around with many different women, but anyway, Lars is a relative of the Mishima bloodline. That's why he has powers. And he is the main protagonist of the game, technically speaking, since the game centers around him, and he's the leader of a resistance that, much like G Corporation, it opposes the Mishima Zaibatsu in the war. So, in a way, Lars and Kazuya were basically seen as the heroes of the game, given the context. But when you play the story, you fully understand why Jin started the war, but it doesn't take away from the fact that he did a very horrible thing, just to destroy a force of evil that's greater than anything else. What's with these video game characters having one mysterious parent? I don't know. Here, let me set the round count to 3. Heihachi was doing a lot of power bombing. He was. I get what you meant by that, Abba. That Kazuya sure is a good guy. You would think. Only in this game was Kazuya ever seen as the protagonist. It was in like the protagonist role. I mean, the main protagonist is Lars. But you get what I'm trying to say. You get what I'm trying to say. I'm only picking Jin because he's my overall best character. My overall best character. And I already said that Get Ready for the Next Battle technically was debuted in Tekken 4, but it was never voiced out until Tekken 5.
Round one. Fight.
Hang on a second. Let me see something. Oh, man. I still remember how to do juggle combos in Tekken 6. It wasn't my first 3D fighting game I ever played on PS3 was Vanilla Virtua Fighter 5, which to this day is still one of my favorite fighting games of all time. Vanilla Virtua Fighter 5. I only played that game until Tekken 6 came out. And then when Tekken 6 came out, I put all my time and resources into this game, and to this day, it is still one of my favorite PS3 fighting games. What I think is the best PS3 fighting game? The best fighting game on the PS3? I'm torn between Vanilla Virtua Fighter 5 and Tekken Tag 2. But I still love Tekken 6. Oh man, I dropped that shit. Let me see if I can do that again. Oh my god. Yeah, they turned Jin into an edgelord in this game. They literally turned him into a fucking edgelord, and I'm not the biggest fan of that approach. Because I already said it. He was like the premier main hero.
Round one. Fight.
Yeah, I'm amazed that I still remember how to combo in this game. I haven't played this game in actual years, dude. I'm surprised how much of my muscle memory is still there. I haven't played this game in literal years, and I still remember how to do some of the combos in this game. Or at least I remember how the juggle system works in this game. Tekken 6 is kind of the same way how Tekken 4 was looked upon. It's a game that not a whole lot of people who are fans of the series talk about. Jin is a misogynist.
Get ready for the
I absolutely despise the direction that Namco took his character in this game. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Why would you make this character an edgelord? It's completely out of character for him because one of the things that made him so lovable is the fact that, like, in Tekken 4 showed that even despite the fact that he had the devil gene in his blood, he still had a kind nature that he no doubt inherited from his mom. Like Jin had always, while he, you know, obviously is a very serious individual, he's always had a good heart. And his intentions were always good, even if he came off as very gruff a lot of the times and is very much to himself, but he's always been very kind. But then they just said fuck it and then took his character in a direction that I absolutely hated that they went in. Ouch. Oh man, I tried to get the thing to come out. There goes the... Oh man. They also made... They also gave that faster startup, which I'm glad they did. Yeah, this was. You gotta remember the ranking system in Tekken started with Tekken 5. Yeah, it started with Tekken 5.
Get ready for the next battle.
But you know, Tekken 6 took it a step further. And I think Tekken 6's music is better than what a lot of people give it credit for, but that's just me. Oh god. Wait. Get your shit together. Get your shit together. Get your shit together. Alright, we good. We good. I know, Anna's hot, but get your shit together, OBS. Oh man, I hit 2-4. What the fuck? Oh, look at that, the wave dash. Wow, Anna, that was scary. All that shit. Look at that wave dash. Yeah. Try doing that in public and see if anyone looks at you funny. Oh man, I fucked that up. I must be a mind reader, dude. I figured she was gonna try and go for her down forward too. I must be psychic. Oh, Anna's pissed.
Round 3. Fight.
By the way, this was the last Tekken game to have the replay feature, like in the classic games. Oh my god. Oh god. Meanwhile, Matt is studying to become a Street Fighter 6 god. He wants to destroy all of existence. You already know. He always keeps bringing up the fact that I almost never play Street Fighter 6 every time, and I'm just like, bro, shut up. I already told him why I'm struggling to get into the game at a competitive level. Like, I love Street Fighter 6. Obviously as a game, but competitive wise, I just haven't had the best experience with it. And maybe that's just me. It's not the fault of the game. It's just me. There's nothing mechanically incompetent about Street Fighter 6 at all. It's literally just me. But I want to get back into it though, because Tifa's gonna drop for the game next year. And I don't want to miss out on that. Last mainline Tekken before DLC and seasons became the norm. That is also correct. Tekken 6 was the last time that we got a Tekken game that wasn't full with DLC and seasons.
Round 1.
By the way, my favorite stage in Tekken 6, by the way, this stage. I love this stage. This game also came out on PSP, and even though the graphics didn't look as good, gameplay-wise, it was still the same game. So we're gonna talk about handheld specifically. I think Tekken 6 might be the best experience of Tekken on the go at the time. Now we could debate whether or not if Tekken Dark Resurrection actually was. For me, as far as PSP fighting games go, Tekken 6 was the premier fighting game experience on the PSP that wasn't Street Fighter Alpha 3 Max.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh man! Jin, what are you doing? Listen to my... Can you listen to my arcade stick, bro? Asshole. Watch this, watch this, watch this. Bot electric. Corkscrew. An animation that would actually have a longer time window in Tekken 7, fun fact. So we got that corkscrew animation in Tekken 6, but it was never used as a combo extender until Tekken 7, where they literally lowered the active frames of it. That same animation was also in Soul Calibur 4, another Namco fighting game that came out around the same time as Tekken 6. Tekken 6, for context, came out in the arcades first in 2007, and then 2009 on the consoles. Oh, damn. Are you playing on fighting people or bots? I'm asking you to do the name. It's bots. Bots also have custom names in this game. It's been a feature since Tekken 5. Nope. Go for the low. Wow! Watch your feet.
You win.
Too late.
Get ready for the next battle.
Yeah, the bots having names was a feature that existed since Tekken 5. Oh yeah, the debut of Alyssa Boskanovich. For those who don't know, Alyssa Boskanovich is an android based off the deceased daughter of Dr. Boskanovich. So yeah, that's basically his dead daughter, but this time she's an android. An actual android, not a cyborg like in Dragon Ball with androids 17 and 18. They're not androids, those are cyborgs. Those are completely different. They were originally human, but were cybernetically enhanced. So it's pretty misleading. I said this before and I'll say it again. The fact that 17 and 18 were called androids was incredibly misleading. Because they weren't actual, like, robots. They were only cybernetically enhanced by Dr. Giro. So this would make them cyborgs. Because they're still fertile, just like normal human beings. They're still fertile. And Alyssa Boskanovich was created and was programmed by Jin Kazama to obey his every command. And then it wasn't until Tekken 7, or rather after the events of this game, well yeah, Tekken 7, when Alyssa Boskanovich ended up obtaining free will, instead of just being specifically programmed to obey Jin's commands.
Round 3. Fight.
Oh man, I fucked that up so bad. Oh my god! And she ends up being an ally to Lars Alexanderson also in the story. In Japan, they were called Cyborg 17 and 18, and were also known as Lapis and Lazuli. That was their human names. That was their human name, Lapis and Lazuli. So my question is, if they were called Cyborg 17 and 18, why weren't they called that in the American version? The only thing it did was just mislead people into thinking that they were full-fledged robots, which is obviously not true. Oh my god, bro. Oh my god. What in the hell, bro? Listen to my controller, dude. God, they made Jin such a terrible person. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're a joke. Yeah, I don't know why they made this his character. Good thing his mom wasn't around to see him acting like this. But that's the problem, he didn't have his mommy. So he basically became an edgelord. But again, I don't know why they went in this direction. Bizarre American translations, plus most people don't know the difference.
Extra round.
Yeah, the difference between a cyborg and a, oh yeah, this guy, Nancy. A battle that I always struggle to win. Yeah, the reason why people didn't know the difference was literally because, like, a cyborg is a character that's still a human, but was cybernetically enhanced. That's the biggest difference. Uh-oh. Oh, God. Jesus. Ouch. Oh, no, 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 no. No, Jin! Why did you get up and do... You fucking retard! Why did you do the wake up? Fuck... Oh my god, you are so dumb! Why didn't you sidestep... He got up and did the spring wake up. Why the... Look at him, being this wannabe edgelord. Oh god. How did... I'm sorry. I'm acting like a degenerate right now. Well, on the plus side, at least Tekken 6 is still a good-looking fighting game. See, he did the same thing in Nancy, with Nancy, doing the springboard wake-up. I didn't even want him to do that. Phantom input much? Kazama 5 style, baby.
Round 3. Fight.
Yeah. That's how it's done. That's how you get shit done. Just like that.
You win.
Hmm.
Get ready for the next battle.
And now for the final boss of the game. In the arcade mode, anyway. This game has its own scenario, like actual story mode. This was the first Tekken game to actually have a full-fledged story mode. Azazel.
Round one. Fight.
For those who don't know, Azazel is an ancient monster who is the original source of the Devil Gene. For those who... Only reason why it's glitching up like that is an emulator thing. You might be wondering why I'm using this instead of my actual PS3. I don't have enough space to plug it in right now. And even if I did, I don't exactly have like a working controller for it. Oh! Oh! So where does Ogre / True Ogre fit in? Ogre is just an ancient creature that comes from I think it was like a realm or something. There's others that are like him that also have abilities, but Ogre has no connection to the Devil Gene at all. Azazel does, because Azazel literally is the Devil Gene himself, essentially. Oh my god, these graphical glitches are so... Oh god, they're so... Oh my god, it's so dog shit. Oh my god, I fucked up. Yeah, he has the same almighty push that what's his name had. No. I didn't even push anything. I blocked that. Oh my fucking god. Oh no! Fuck this piece of shit game, bro. Fuck this piece of shit game. I had him dead. See, that actually irks me, is when I have you dead to rights and then you literally make a bullshit comeback. That's like annoying in any... Doesn't matter what the fighting game is, but when you do shit like that, that absolutely irks me. Like, it's literally the worst thing that can happen. Just get to the point. Not... I gotta remember to sidestep that. You gotta remember that Ogre was responsible for the disappearance of Jin's mom. Ow. Jeez Louise, these graphical glitches. I don't remember my PS3 emulator having this many graphical farts. Truthfully, I never had this problem. Almost everything doesn't want to work today. It's so weird. No. Suck my motherfucking dick. Tekken Shrek kidnaps mothers? Yeah, basically. Oh, God. I sidestepped. Hello? Listen to my controller. At least Azazel has a cool final boss theme, though. I'll give him that. Oh my god. Bro, I struggled against him before, but I don't remember it being this bad. Oh! He has a lot of health or high defense, it seems. It's a little bit of both. Don't do it from that far, because he can... Bro! Jesus Christ, wasn't that fucking hard? I had to lock in for that one. I didn't want to drop the combo. Is he spitting out digital house flies or something? I don't know what the hell he's spitting out, dude. It looks something like that. Oh, got 20,000 gold. Thank you. Jesus Christ, man. Sorry, I apologize for the graphical farts that you saw. It's bizarre that it was even doing that to begin with. There you go, Tekken 6. It's funny how I said that Tekken 4 is seen as the black sheep, but I feel like Tekken 6 is probably the most forgotten about. I would argue that Tekken 6 is more forgotten about than Tekken 4. Because I don't really see anyone really talking so much about Tekken 6 in retrospect. Which is strange to me, because I think Tekken 6 really took everything that Tekken 5 pretty much perfected, but expanded upon it, and only added more complexity to the story arc of the Mishima bloodline. It didn't and also it was the first to introduce the rage system, a system where if you're at 30% less health, like 30% or less health, your character would have higher attack power. But then, you know, in Tekken 7, it got turned into Rage Art, a finishing move, or like a super move, essentially. That was like the first time we got super moves. And now we're gonna do Tekken. I think with Tekken Tag Tournament 2, we'll definitely, I know exactly what I'm gonna do. I already know exactly what I'm gonna do with Tekken Tag. All Ace Combat, Ridge Racer, and Soul Calibur staff. Bring back Soul Calibur and Ridge Racer, please. I would appreciate that. Thank you. The only reason I didn't mention Ace Combat is because we're getting the new one next year. Which, by the way, Ace Combat, great flight simulator, by the way. Forgot to mention that. Amazing flight simulator. Got a bronze trophy. A home award unlocked. So there you have it. That's Tekken 6. A game that, again, not a whole lot of people really talk about too much in retrospect. But I think it's still a really good Tekken game. Everyone was so obsessed with Street Fighter 4 at the time and PS3 and didn't have as many owners as the PS2, so understand. Yeah, basically. So we're not going to waste any time. We're just going to straight up fire up Tekken Tag Tournament 2. We're not going to waste time. Uh-oh. Hang on a minute. Counted a problem. That was weird, dude. Happened. Like when I opened up the game, like the whole thing I was like what the fuck? Like what are we doing? Like, come on now. But yeah, Street Fighter 4 was a big fucking deal at the time. Big fucking deal. So you're definitely on the nose with that one. There he goes. Yeah, you're very much on the nose with that. Street Fighter 4 was a big fucking deal at the time. Big fucking deal. Hang on a sec, y'all. I'm sorry. Sorry about that. It was just like, that's wrong. Anyway. Here we go. Next one. Tekken Tag Tournament 2. So, everyone knows how successful the first Tekken Tag Tournament was. So, Namco pretty much said, round 2. We're going to do Tekken Tag Tournament 2 this time. And to this day, it has the largest roster of any Tekken game. It pretty much did the exact same thing that the first game did. A whole Dream Match title that's outside of the canon of the mainline story of Tekken. Very, very much so. Ooh. Sorry, I just got a lot on my mind right now. Sorry. There goes Kunimitsu. Kunimitsu makes her return from Tekken 2. Literally hasn't been seen since that game. But you also got to remember, like I said, this is outside of the main story canon. You got to remember that. You got to remember that. Also, Ogre came back. There was a lot of returning characters. No sound? What do you mean there's no sound? Hold on a second. You hear it now? The real one. I thought you said the real one. Did you realize that's the mom, right? The one in Tekken 7 onward is the daughter. You guys hear the game now? So yeah, we got another Dream Match title, and there's some people who think that this game is the best Tekken game in the series. It had a much better customized system than the other games did. And then of course they expanded upon that. Yes, we hear the audio. This time we're gonna do a mother and son team up. I'm just trying to see Mother son.
Get ready for the next battle.
There's people who think that this game is the actual best Tekken game. You notice how subjective it all is?
I accept my fate.
Do you know Tito? No, I don't know what the hell that is.
Round 1. Fight.
Wait, time out. Get your shit together. Y'all will thank me later for this. Oh, what? How did I drop that? Perfect player.
Fight.
Whoa! What is going on? Why are we doing drugs here? Oh, Anna's teaming up with Kazuya.
Try showing me a good time.
I'll try.
Round 1.
I shall try.
Fight.
Ouch. Oh god, get off of me. Hashtag hands off. Oh my god, fuck. I fucked that up. What the hell, dude? I used to know that combo. Hold on a second. The June pressure.
Fight.
Oh, that's mean, bro. Let my son finish this. Oh my god, I had a whole tag combo planned out, but the way the bounce happened, or the carry, should I say, it literally fucked up.
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh my god. I also forgot to mention that this was the first Tekken game to be released on a Nintendo console. In this case, it was the Wii U. I forgot to mention that.
Round 1. Fight.
Oh god, Mr. grabs a lot. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do? Oh god. Oh wait, I forgot. I was supposed to do back. I was supposed to do back 4-2. I fucked that up. That's on me. That's on me. That's on me. Let me see if I can do it again. Oh no! I dropped it. Oh my god! It's been. It really has been a minute since I played this game, bro. There we go. No Tekken Advance was as no Tekken Advance was as it was released on the GBA.
Get ready for the next battle.
Wait, what do we? I mean, I already know that, and plus I have Tekken Advance. I have that game. But I need to go with what you're telling me.
Fight.
That was strange. Stop it! Stop! Get your shit together. Get your shit together. It made Jin's movements so much better from how he was in Tekken 6. Oh my god, get your shit together. Get your shit together. Oh man, I was gonna get him with the low. I was literally about to hit him with the low. Almost did.
Get ready for the next battle.
Why the hell does Raven look like he's on a... Never mind.
Fight.
What you gonna do? What you gonna do? How did I whiff that? Not the wall combo, at least.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh my god. Ah! Wall rising 2. I mean 4.
You win.
I'm like, what is...
Get ready for the next battle.
From a gameplay standpoint, this was June's return to the series since Tekken 2. And I remember how hype I was when this game first got announced. I do remember very vividly when I got hyped when this game got announced. Oh yeah, the wrestling persona of I was gonna try and make the switch.
Round 2.
That's alright.
Fight.
Nice. I had to do that at least once. At least.
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh dear, father, son. Jinpachi and Heihachi. At least he doesn't have a whole... Whoa, what the...
Fight.
Get your shit together. I forgot he could do that. Oh, shit. That's a shame. That's a shame. That's a shame that that actually dropped. Oh yeah! I remember being excited being able to play with all the characters that didn't come back, like Jun, Kunimitsu, and Michelle. Oh god. Oh yeah, and Heihachi appeared in his black hair set. Basically trying to look like his younger counterpart. His younger self.
You win.
Unfortunately, Heihachi's voice actor is no longer with us. He passed away sometime after Tekken 7. But on the bright side, we do have someone who did take his place. And above all else, it's just good that we have Heihachi back. I just wish they didn't had to do it at the expense of the story. They literally just could have made his appearance in Tekken 8 non-canon, and I would have been fine.
Fight.
Oh, hello, True Ogre. You were the reason I disappeared all those years ago. Oh god. Oh great, you cooked me on fire. Don't cook my mama. Fuck you, asshole. Don't cook my mama.
Round 2. Fight.
Good son, Jin. You protected your mom from those horns. We're almost done, y'all. We're almost done. I'm not gonna lie, doing this this legacy series of Tekken has been a long time coming. It wasn't perfect, so I may need to run it back at some point, but I'm just glad that I had the opportunity to do it. Oh yeah, Mama Kazama's the final boss. Which makes sense, she technically was in the first Tekken tag also. In her unknown persona. So, makes sense. Just be careful. She is a parrying machine. So you want to be very careful fighting her. Jun was top tier as hell in this game. Time out. Hold on. Hang tight. Time out. Hold on. Hang tight. Ah! Yo, dude, that was great. That was great. That was like the most epic raid of all time. The raid was so awesome, it crashed the stream momentarily. I was like, wait. Time out. Bro, that was insane. We back? I would hope we're back. Bro, that's like... That was like the most epic crash of all time. Holy shit, bro. Bro, that was insane. We good? We good? We back? Holy shit, dude. But I appreciate the raid, though. How's everybody doing today? We're doing a whole entire legacy marathon of the entire Tekken series. For those who... I am Larry the Lone Wolf. I predominantly stream retro games, but I definitely do modern stuff also. A friend of... Oh boy, Captain Skyhawk. I hope your stream went well with the Warriors, dude. Hope it went very well. I can never get that to connect. Gotcha.
You win.
Mama Kazama. Like I said, Mama Kazama and Son Kazama. Mama Kazama has a much better ring to it. Similar sounding syllables. And we got June's ending. Which is interesting because Unknown is literally her dark persona. For years, originally when they created the Unknown character for the Tekken Tag games, Unknown was originally going to be the long-lost sister of June Kazama before they just ended up making Unknown June's alter ego instead. It's like, hey, Kazuya has a dark alter ego, so why don't we give it to June Kazama also? So now that we completed Tekken Tag 2, now we are going to move on to Tekken 7. Which for the longest time, that game was very controversial. I mean, Tekken Tag 2 ended up being controversial in and of itself due to the amount of characters, and it has the largest roster of any Tekken game, which made the game extremely unbalanced. Probably to a worse degree than Tekken 5, I'd say. Because of the amount of characters, it's very difficult to balance a fighting game when you have this many characters in the game. Trust me, Marvel vs. Capcom 2 knows that very well. That being said, it's still a game that most people look fondly upon in retrospect as one of the best in the series. I don't know if I would agree with that. While I do think the game is great, I don't know if I would give it that. I don't know if I would give it that kind of reputation, but I still think the game is solid nonetheless. It's just that the first Tekken Tag tournament was so good that it's just hard to top that one. The only thing that Tekken Tag 2 topped Tekken Tag 1 at was literally just his roster. It was literally just that. You should do a Virtual Fighter marathon in the near future. I'm very open to doing that. I love Virtual Fighter, so I'm very open to doing that. There's definitely some fighting games, and actually there's quite a couple of video game franchises I need to do marathons of. But in the world of fighting games, I need to do Street Fighter. I mean, I'm actually very hesitant about Street Fighter, only because that would require me to have to play the first game, which I don't want to do. To me, Street Fighter 2 is the first actual Street Fighter. To me, first game is dog shit. Absolute dog shit. Not to mention AI reading your inputs, but to be fair, Tekken had the same problem. And I think that's about it. That's about it. So we're gonna move on to Tekken 7. We're not even gonna waste any time. We're gonna go straight to Tekken 7. I wanted to make sure that that was done before I started the stream. So thankfully we got that out the way. You know you want to finally beat Street Fighter 1 Sagat. Ah! Yeah, you wish. That's not happening anytime soon, dude. I'm pretty much done with that. Oh, great. I think I jacked up my shit. No, we good. We good. We good. At first I was like, wait a second. Did I just jack up my shit? A little bit, yeah. I kind of did. Yeah, we're not even gonna waste any time going into Tekken 7 to be safe. Sure, I know it's running well. But yeah, we're gonna do Tekken 7, and then we're gonna end it off with Tekken 8, and then what we're gonna do to culminate the stream is that we're gonna rank the games on a tier list. So that's gonna be the very final thing that we're gonna do on the stream, is that we're gonna rank them in a tier list. So then you're finally gonna get to see like my true opinions on the Tekken franchise. And this is good for me because even I kind of got to a point where I'm like, yeah, where would I rank the Tekken game? Because even I'm kind of sitting here thinking, man, how exactly would I rank it? Man, I haven't played this game in the longest, man. Holy shit. This is so unreal. I remember I was doing streams of this game during the pandemic. And I remember I used to be part of a college club where I ran matches with them in this game. Here, I'm gonna at the very least leave it on medium. Why? Because I have not played this game in literally, I have not touched this game since, I'm gonna say, around the time when Street Fighter 6 first came out. That was like the last time I ever touched Tekken 7. So coming back to this game is absolutely surreal. Dare I say, a long time coming. My main character in this game, believe it or not, is not Jin Kazama. It's this guy. Noctis Lucis Kylum, the main protagonist of Final Fantasy 15. Yeah, he's my main character.
Noctis Lucis Kylum. Get ready for the next battle.
And he's the first Final Fantasy character to be a guest character in a Tekken game. Something that Tekken 8 would do the same thing with when they dropped Clive Rossfield, the protagonist of Final Fantasy 16.
Round 1. Fight.
Oh, wait.
KO. Round 2. Fight.
Oh my god, I dropped it? Man, I have not touched this game in forever, dude. My rustiness is already showing. Oh my god, bro! Prompto, you're up.
Get ready for the next battle.
Thank God it's not Cloud. Noctis is a better pick. I'm starting to think Matt was making a good point about you just being a Final Fantasy VII hater. I mean, I'm glad that other characters in the series are getting their time to shine. But come on now. The idea of Cloud being in a 3D tournament fighter sounds really fucking cool. Just let me do one thing real quick. Just a second. Hang on. There we go. All right. I just wanted to switch the webcam. That's all I wanted to do. We're good.
Round 2. Fight.
Whoops, I actually messed that up.
Perfect. Round 3. Fight.
Oh! Whoopsies. Oh man, I dropped it. Amea. No, square. No more Final Fantasy. I want Chrono as a guest fighter. That'd be cool, actually. Like they need to chill with 7. I'm neutral. I didn't hate 7, but I hate how predictable Square is picking 7. Fair point. Or give me Aya Brea. I actually don't know how Aya Brea would fit in a world like this.
Round 1. Fight.
I'm trying to remember what Noctis's punishes were. That's his 1-1-2 is one of them. Wait a minute. He literally just did it. It just I don't know. I don't know why I'm trying to figure this shit out. Up forward 2.
Round 3. Fight.
I mean, they shoved Clive into the game, so who cares how well they fit? Oh, hey, look, it's Kenny. Kenny the bird. Most people didn't even know who that bird was because the majority of people who were playing Tekken didn't even know who Noctis even was. I think Noctis is a great protagonist, by the way. I think Clive is a better protagonist overall, but I still like Noctis.
Round 1. Fight.
Oh, punishment. Oh, yeah, here we go. 1, 2, 2. Oh, yeah, back 1, 2. That also is a punish. Oh, God.
KO. Round 2. Fight.
Oh, what the hell am I doing? Oh, I still got it. Amea! I still got it. Oh, God. Big mistake, Heihachi. Big mistake. Oh, Akuma! The first Street Fighter character to appear in Tekken as a guest character. But also reminding us of the Tekken Cross Street Fighter game that we never got. Which, whether we're gonna, that's gonna, you know, see the light of day, I don't know.
Round 1. Fight.
A Street Fighter character fighting a Final Fantasy character. I want y'all to think, what the hell?
Round 2.
Noctis versus Akuma, eh?
KO. Round 3. Fight.
Oh, God. I dropped it?
You win.
You lose, Akuma. You lose. That was a very short arcade run. I'm actually in the mood for another run. That was a very, very short run. Nevertheless, short, sweet, and to the point. I know this game went through so many changes. It's crazy. So many changes. I'll probably even it out and do one more, and then we'll do Tekken 8. This time,
Welcome to the King of Iron Fist Tournament 7.
Yeah, I'll pull out Jin.
Jin Kazama.
I have to. We'll get Tekken Cross Street Fighter after Fighters Mega Mix 2 comes out. In a hypothetical world, that'd be great. That'd be great. Alyssa. Fucking Alyssa.
Round 1. Fight.
Oh god.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh man, I fucked that up.
KO. Round 3. Fight.
Damn it, it was supposed to be an electric. Why is it the electric coming out? Oh my god, Jin Kazama! Yeah, he was still... Jin took a massive backseat in Tekken 7. You know, the only thing I forgot to mention about Tekken 7 from a storyline standpoint is that it was the final chapter, or at least that's what we thought, between Heihachi and Kazuya. They had a whole battle in the volcano that was epic. Jin took a backseat, a massive backseat in this game. And we got, again, new characters. Like Gigas, Katarina, and unfortunately Lucky Chloe. Oh yeah, Infinite Azure is also one of the most iconic stages in the Tekken series. Oh shit, I fucked that up.
Round 3. Fight.
Something is... What the hell am I doing? Oh my gosh, I'm... Oh shoot. I don't know why that dropped, but that's why I should have done 3. I should have done 3 instead of 2. Lucky Chloe and her double is burnt into my mind. Don't remind me. Please do not remind me. Do not remind me. I don't want to think about it at all.
Round 1. Fight.
Oh, he was too far from the wall.
KO. Round 2. Fight.
Oh man, I screwed that up.
KO. 3. Fight.
Ah!
You win.
Oh, hi, Grandpappy. I'll smack the bitch out of you. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna smack the bitch out of you. Let's do this.
Round 1. Fight.
Whoa.
KO. Round 2. Fight.
Ow! Oh, great. Down forward 2. I mean, down back 2. I'm sorry. Oh no!
KO.
He said, "Get over there."
Round 3.
I was about to do my rage art, but
Perfect.
that technically wasn't the finish, but hey.
Fight.
I forgot about that. Let's go. I'm surprised at how many of the combos in this game I still remember. Once again, final boss is Akuma. Instead of my grandmother. Instead of fighting my grandmother, I'm fighting a character who doesn't even exist in the world of Street Fighter. I mean, Tekken. What's crazy, though, is that they integrated Akuma into the world of Tekken by essentially making his appearance canon. Does this imply that Tekken and Street Fighter are in the same universe? Because Akuma's backstory actually plays a role with respect to the Mishima bloodline, because he was friends with Kazumi Mishima, you know, Kazuya's mother. Why didn't you run up? Why did you walk like that, dude? What are you doing, Jin?
Round 2.
Be real with me, son.
Fight.
Ow. Oh, he knew. I knew it. I knew it. I knew he was gonna roll that way.
Round 3. Fight.
What the hell? it's over.
You win.
And that's gonna do it for Tekken 7. Now the next one, the final one. We got one final game. And it's the recent one. Are you playing Death by Degrees as part of the Tekken Marathon? No, only the main games. Only the main games. I don't even have Death by Degrees anyway.
Game over.
There you have it. I gotta be honest with you, I'm still amazed at how much I still like Tekken. Street Fighter versus Tekken now? Well, no. I mean, I do have the game, but I've literally said multiple times that this is gonna be the main stuff, not the spin-off material. I've said that many times on the stream. Many, many times. So now what we're gonna do, last but certainly not least, the most recent entry to the Tekken series. Let's get that going. Fatal Fury versus Tekken then. Triforce, shut the hell up. Now you're just being ridiculous at this. I'm like, don't push it. Don't push it. Don't push it, son. Do not push it! Don't push it! Let me get the PS5 fired up. And we're gonna get to Tekken 8. And then we're going to culminate the stream by ranking the games. So to end this legacy marathon of Tekken, we are going to finish it off with the most recent entry in the series that came out 2 years ago and just recently got updated to Season 3. That game, my friends, is Tekken 8, which what I'm about to say is going to piss off quite a few people, but I genuinely believe this is the best Tekken game since 3 and 5. I will definitely explain why I think that. I know it's hard to by the way, hi Cooney. How you doing, baby girl? Anyway, there's many reasons why I think that, and I know that can be a tough pill to swallow for some people because of how Season 2 turned out. But when you look at the game from an objective lens, you realize that the game is very, very well constructed. Like with the complex system, the amount of characters it has so far, the customization too. It may not be the deepest customization system, but it's still damn good. It's also got impressive fighting game AI that learns from your playstyle. There's a lot of things about Tekken 8 that just hits all the right notes, honestly. But it also is controversial in the sense that it did alienate some of the core fans of the series with respect to its fighting system, given the fact that it is a bit more aggressive than the last few titles. But you gotta remember, this game was rebuilt from the ground up as a way of reinventing the formula of Tekken while still maintaining the ethos of it by still having that defense. But it definitely, Season 3 is definitely bringing back the defensive part, neutral part of the Tekken games, which is what the old games were all about, defensive neutral game. But, you know, it still has that aggression to it, even so. And I also think it has the best story mode of all the Tekken games. But we're gonna do arcade battle. I'm gonna keep it on medium for right now. Of course, I gotta pick my boy Jin Kazama. Who, by the way, his character gets redeemed in this game. Jun Kazama also makes her canonical return to the series since Tekken 2. Jin has an amazing character arc in this game. I think the story mode in this game is fantastic. And also, I think it's the best looking Tekken game. It is easily the best looking game in the series. Oh, dear Lord. Here we go. Okay. I gotta refamiliarize myself. Sorry, playing all the Tekken games back to back definitely rewired my muscle memory, so it'll come back to me though. I mean, it's all right. Hearing this game makes me wonder how modern Naughty Dog would do developing another Crash Bandicoot game. Oh, you were talking about the Crash Team Racing music I was playing earlier.
Round one. Fight.
Oh, man.
Round two. Fight.
Oh, man, I dropped it. Oh, God. I'm glad that they did recover Jin's character in this game, but it still doesn't erase what he did. He's still responsible for millions of people dying because of the war that he started. In this game, Kazuya ends up inheriting Jin's war, but essentially making it worse. And Jin's on a mission to end the war that he started and put an end to Kazuya. Why would you do that? What? Alright. Whew! Oh boy. That was close. Oh no. Frankensteiner. And by the way, one of the things that I love about Jin's arc is that he embraced the very thing that he loathed for all those years and made it his own. He embraced the devil gene in his blood and managed to control it more than it controls it. Oh, there's his mama. Actually, his mother does play a role in the story. Just not in the way that you may think. But let's just say she definitely helps Jin in this battle against his dad. By the way, she's very strong in this game. Why would you do that, mommy? Why would you do that? Oh man, I screwed up. I screwed up. I screwed up. Sorry, playing too much of the older games made me forget made me lose my muscle memory for this game. Gotcha. Gotta watch your feet, Mom. Because I could go low anytime. If you're not blocking your toes, I'm gonna get you.
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh, there he is. Dragunov.
Round 1.
Great, he's a prisoner with face paint on. I'm screwing up so fucking bad. Oh my god. I'm so bad at the game. I'm so bad. Trash garbage, you know the rest.
Round 2. Fight.
Ow! 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 Asshole. Try and block this. Oh my god, I thought he was gonna do running 2 again. Son of a bitch. What the hell am I doing? Oh my god. See, I'm about to lose the match now because I'm fucking up my combos. Now I'm about to lose. Unless... Unless I do that. Remember when it looked like Asuka would actually do something in the story? I guess they needed June back to fix things. They should have capitalized on that, in my opinion. Oh look, Mr. Grabs-a-Lot, who is incredibly broken in this game, by the way. I don't know if anyone knows that, but King is oh, he teched it. Doesn't get any more Tekken than that. Alright. Oh man, I meant to capitalize on that. What the fuck? I'm right there, bro. Oh god. Why would you? Bro, I hate King so fucking much. I hate him so much. Stop touching me, bro! Yeah, it did up against the wall, so there was no way I was gonna, No. I don't think so. What the hell? That's what you get. That's what you get, asshole.
Get ready for the next battle.
Devil Jin.
Round one. Fight.
My dark alter ego. I just love doing that. Oh my god! Now it's all coming back. It's all coming back to me now. Oh yeah, Devil Kazuya. Hello, Pops. Time for me to whoop your ass.
Round one.
Oh yeah, the best stage in the game. By the way, this is the first time since Tekken 2 that Devil Kazuya is the final boss. And he's not cheap, believe it or not. He's actually not cheap, believe it or not. I know that's hard to believe. While Rising 2? The fuck, bro? Ow. 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 Oh my god, what am I doing? That's how you get shit done.
Game over.
There it goes with the Triple H crushed up face. Ew. The hell. So there's many reasons. I'm gonna end this playthrough of Tekken 8 by describing this stupid third eye. Exactly. allow me to explain, and I'm gonna do y'all a favor. I'm gonna explain exactly why I think Tekken 8 is the best Tekken since 3 and 5, which I know is gonna irk some people, and I'm gonna make sure that I do it all the while Kunimitsu stares into your souls. So I'm gonna do this and see if you guys are still gonna pay attention, okay? So, how can you rank Tekken 8 so high without a cheap final boss? Well, that would be one of the reasons why I would, is because Devil Kazuya is not cheap in this game. He's still tough, but he's not cheap. But anyway, the reason why I think it is the best, in fact, let's save that for the tier list. Let's save that for the tier. In fact, I'm gonna do something real quick. I'm gonna actually experiment with something. Just bear with me. Okay, here we go. I don't know if this is actually gonna work, but nah, I don't think so. But anyway, the reason why I think it is because the game mechanically was reconstructed from the ground up. It still maintained many of Tekken's fundamentals, maybe a little bit more on the offensive side of things. But I think it does arguably have the best combat with the heat system and everything. Like the heat system, of course, it brought back the rage arts, of course. There's just a lot to it, you know. Obviously, it's arguably the most complex of the series. It definitely is, but I think it still maintains the heart and soul of the franchise while bringing it to newer heights instead of, you know, just doing the same thing over and over again. Because had it did do the same thing over and over again, people would have complained about it, like, oh, it's not taking any risks, it's not doing anything new. But here, Tekken does something new, and then people complain about it. And it's like, that's one of the things I never understood as far as why Tekken 8 got so much abuse. I understand why it did when Season 2 came out, because we could all agree Season 2 was dog shit. We could all agree to that. Season 2 was an absolute dumpster fire. But now the game is heading in a positive direction once again since it first came out, because most people seem to forget that when Tekken 8 first came out, it was amazing. And then Namco dropped the ball with it with Season 2 because they made many of the characters stronger than it was supposed to, and way more offensive focused than it already was. But with Season 3, they toned the aggression down a notch, and now it's like they're finally giving Tekken 8 more of that balance between offense and defense, like the old games were. Even though the old games were more defensive than they were offensive, but you get what I'm trying to say. I'm waiting for them to put Smokey the Bear in the game. I will fucking ban you from my chat if you bring up that motherfucker ever again. Anyway, so yeah, that's one of the and plus I think it's graphically the best looking Tekken game. It is literally the best looking 3D fighting game. That might get surpassed by Virtua Fighter Crossroads though. But for right now, Tekken 8 is literally the best looking 3D fighting game. It's the first fighting game to be developed in Unreal Engine 5. It still suffers from the problem in gameplay with the lack of the shadows and stuff, but usually during other parts of the game, like the lighting, the textures, everything about it just looks gorgeous. I mean, you can even look at Kuni. She looks fantastic. All the characters in this game look great. You better the fuck not. Damn you pussy. Anyway, so with that out of the way, hopefully, if you're... I genuinely hope y'all were concentrating instead of just staring at Kuni the whole time. I did this intentionally to see if people would still pay attention to me. But, you know, when you're being stared at by a cute Japanese chick, it's actually really hard to concentrate. But, you know, that's the reason why I did that. In fact, Kuni is the most recent character to drop for the game. I remember someone earlier in my chat said the real one. I said, bro... That's actually disrespectful to her, because the better one that you're talking about was her mom. That was her mom. Who, by the way, I don't know if anyone knows this, she's blind. The mother's blind. In as of Tekken 7 onwards, she's currently bedridden, and this character right here took the mantle of Kunimitsu because she's the daughter, and she has. And maybe I have a bit of a hot take here. I don't know. I think the daughter has a much better personality than her mom. I think she has a much better personality. And even though she's a thief, she's actually still kind of pretty likable. She's an honorable thief. Not to mention, look at her. She's cute as all hell. Come on now. Are we gonna sit here and pretend like that's not true? You're lying to yourselves if you don't agree. Well, anyway. Let's save all the bullshit and let's rank the Tekken games, ladies and gentlemen. So I'll get back with you later, sweetheart, because I actually need to practice some shit with you. So I'll definitely get back with you. I like how it says Tekken 3, all these characters Ogre supposedly killed actually survived besides King 1. I don't remember how many characters Ogre killed. And he didn't kill Jun Kazama. She just only went missing. This game actually Tekken 8 actually does explain where she was the whole time. Matter of fact, I'm gonna hang on. All right, so let me put the arcade. I'm gonna actually do y'all a favor. Hang tight, Cooney. We're gonna put on the jukebox. We're gonna put on some Tekken music. Oh my god. Hang tight for a sec. Hang tight for a second. Oh my god. I wanna see if like I can. Oh no, I didn't want it to do that. What the fuck? We'll see. This Kunimitsu might have eyesight, but she doesn't have a mask that doesn't fall off. Oh yeah, because this Kuni, her mask falls off. I think they made her pretty on purpose. They made. Oh my gosh, she looks. Oh my. Okay, she actually does look really pretty from this angle. Holy shit! Let me concentrate on trying to get the music to where I want it to be, and concentrate, or at least try to. But we're gonna. Here we go. So what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna try a little experiment by literally playing Tekken music from the game. Yeah, from the game. As we're talking about it, I figured it'd be something fun, but now we're gonna rank the Tekken games. So I'm gonna put on my favorite song from the first Tekken. And we're going to get started. So let me pull up the tier list real quick. I'm going to pull up the tier list. Wait a minute. Let me make sure I put it over here so that way I can still read the chat. Bada bing. Bada boop. Okay, so there we go. So now we're kicking things off. We're gonna rank the main Tekken games from D to C to B to A to S. Now, this is gonna cause quite a number of people to become a little alienated because we all have different opinions about like what makes a great Tekken game. And I think that's totally fair, right? But I don't think my opinions are going to be that controversial except for maybe one entry, but we'll get to it. So without further ado, let's rank the main Tekken games, starting out with the game that started it all, Tekken 1. I do think that while this game is a revolutionary game, I don't think it's aged particularly too well. I don't think it's a terrible game because I still have fun with it to a degree, to the point where I think the game is still decent, but it was largely overshadowed by the many games that came after it. But what it started is monumental, and the fact that the same guy who created Virtua Fighter created the Tekken franchise really speaks volumes into the vision, the kind of visionary that Seishi Ishii really was. He really saw the potential that 3D fighters really have, you know what I'm saying? And I think the music in it is also incredibly iconic. Tekken 1 is fun, the music is decent. I agree, Diego. So most people would rank this game at a D, as in it's the worst. I mean, objectively speaking, it's definitely the weakest of the Tekken games, but I don't think it's that bad to the point I would give it a D. I would give it at the very least a C, because I still think that the game is still fun to the extent that you play it from the perspective of it is the first game. It's not going to be as mechanically deep as the later games are, and that's okay. So for that reason, I'm going to put Tekken 1 in the C tier. And now we're going to go on to the next game, which is Tekken 2. Now, this game right here, I gotta be honest with you, this game has a plethora. I have a ton of memories with this game, honestly. It's literally, like, to me, one of the best, not only one of the best fighting games ever made, but one of my favorite games ever. Objectively speaking, I don't know if I would put it at S tier, only because the games that followed it really expanded upon, like, the system and everything and the combat. But it's most definitely a way big improvement on the first Tekken by improving the graphics. It gave us more music. It arguably has the best soundtrack in the series, which I know there's going to be some people that will argue that Tekken 3 is, which I would agree to. I personally think Tekken 3 had the best soundtrack. But also there's people who say that Tekken Tag 1 did, but we'll get to those games once we get to them. But Tekken 2 is still an important game in the series and is one of the most important games of my lifetime, because I played this game at a very young age, when I was like maybe 3 or 4. It's one of the only, like, earliest childhood memories that I still remember to the back of my head. Like, I actually remember very vividly that very session I had. Like, I was playing with my brother. I picked martial law. He picked Lady Wulong. I was in the living room with my dad, and we used to have like a 4x3, like, it was like a little living room home theater. It had like a whole CD player, VHS player and everything like that, a stereo system. It was like one of those, it was one of those old ones, and they were all made by Sony. And I played it on there, and we both played it on there. We were just mashing the buttons, and then I remember my mom came down from the stairs and was watching us play, and we just got down, and then, well, the rest is history, and now I'm a gamer because of Tekken 2. So realistically speaking, I should put this game at S tier, but I'm trying to judge how the game is objectively. But I mean, if I were to just go off and purely off of nostalgia, this game is S tier to me. But if I were to objectively rate the games, I would give this game an A tier. This is definitely an A tier game. It's been re-released multiple times, and for good reason. It's easily one of the best fighting games ever made. Easily. Tekken 2 introduced a lot of characters, and I agree that it's pretty good. Exactly. I do think that it's really, really good. You know what I'm saying? Now, we move on to the next game, which is my favorite fighting game of all time. So, I think you already know where this game is going to rank. This is an easy S tier. Not only is it one of the best fighting games ever made, but it's also one of the best games ever made, period. And it's personally my favorite fighting game of all time. It was a massive time skip storyline-wise from Tekken 2. It gave us a younger generation of characters. It was an unwritten law at the time when this game first came out that every big fighting game IP had to do like some sort of time skip and have a younger generation of fighters. Like, you know, Fatal Fury did it with Garou Margaret Wolves. Street Fighter 3 did it. With Street Fighter 3, and you know, with Soul Calibur, that wasn't until many years later with Soul Calibur 5. But at the time, Street Fighter, Fatal Fury, and Tekken were the only ones that did like the time skip, and Tekken 3 did it, in my opinion, I think had the best example of it. And the reason why I think that is because you got to remember, with Fatal Fury and Street Fighter, there were a plethora of games before, you know, Garo and Street Fighter 3 respectively had dropped. So when many of the legacy characters were gone, it alienated a lot of their core audience. Tekken, on the other hand, was still essentially the fresh new kid around the block. There were only 2 Tekken games that came out beforehand, so audiences hadn't exactly fully adjusted to the character roster yet. So Tekken 3, that's the reason why Tekken 3 got away with it, because audiences weren't exactly fully comfortable with the roster yet. So it wasn't until Tekken 3, when the series became a household name, it reinvented the entire system from the ground up while keeping the core essence of the first 2 games. And it happens to be the first game that Katsuhiro Harada became the main producer of which he would be the main producer for the rest of the series all the way up until earlier this year, when he stepped down from Namco and is now having a brand new studio in conjunction with SNK. Of which I wish him the best future endeavors. But yeah, Tekken 3 has the best music. It had the best graphics as far as 3D fighters on the PS1. That wasn't Soul Blade, at least. And it definitely had the best combat on the PS1 also. There's many reasons. I could go on all day talking about why Tekken 3 is my favorite fighting game of all time, but you get the idea. It's very complex, easy to pick up, has amazing music, amazing offline content, and also it was the first fighting game to have guest characters. At the time, you had Gon, who was basically a manga character from a very, very popular manga at the time in Japan. He was a very, very popular character in Japan during the 90s, and because he was so popular, Namco decided to release him and put him in Tekken 3 as a guest character who you could unlock by entering his initials in the high score screen, which was unheard of for a fighting game at the time. I could go on all day, but you get the idea. Tekken 3 is literally the Soul Calibur 1 of PS1. I 100% agree with you. It's also my favorite Tekken and one of my favorite games. See, Diego, you get it. And there were yearly releases with big differences between them, so people didn't get attached to it. Exactly. We need Gon to come back. Shut up, Dante. Alright. So, the next game, this game is absolutely fantastic. I love this game. The next game we got, Tekken Tag Tournament. A launch title on the PS2. And it was the first Dream Match title of the series, and in my opinion, one of the greatest Dream Match titles, one of the greatest Dream Match fighting games ever. There's so many Dream Match fighting games, which, as I explained earlier, a Dream Match fighting game can be best described as a game that's outside of the fighting game canon and combines the essence of the previous entries and combines the roster. So, for example, Mortal Kombat Trilogy was a Dream Match title because it was outside of the main story arc and included all of the characters from the first 3 games, of which Tekken Tag Tournament did the same thing, and then King of Fighters 98 did the same thing. It was a Dream Match title. Real Bout Fatal Fury 2 was also like that. So, and Tekken Tag Tournament on PS2 was superior to the arcade in terms of not only the balance but the graphics also. My first PS2 game ever. It was your first PS2 game? Really? Asking Gon to come back in Tekken is like asking Yoda to come back in Soul Calibur. That's funny. So, Tekken Tag Tournament does suffer from balance problems, but it's one of those games that is so good that you forget about it. I personally would put this game in the A tier. This is a really great Dream. It's one of my favorite Dream Match titles of all time. I love Tekken Tag Tournament, and it's one of the best fighting games on the PS2. It was a really big deal at the time. Like, bro, it was to see this game surpass the arcade version like Soul Calibur did on Dreamcast. It was amazing. Namco was really on a roll during this time, dude. No doubt about it.